And this is an initiative of Women Indian Association for Women Studies, Feminist um, Policy Collective, and Makam to focus on some of the issues which
an
have
initiative
been
of Women
plaguing
Indian
us
Association.
for a long time until and unless the historic farmer struggle put it before our eyes. So around which we will all discuss is transformating financing and women farmers. It focuses on the deepening agrarian crises. Now, why transformative financing is that till 2015 onwards in Addis Ababa meeting, the gender mainstreaming of financing, trade, and policies were being reinforced. While we see that we are talking about this gender mainstreaming, but the plight of women farmers is to be seen and visible in the farmers' protest. So, exactly what is the state of affairs in India? We are trying to understand it. For a long time, it has been a long issue which was due until and unless, I'm repeating, the farmer struggle put it before our eyes. The historic farmers movement, where we see many women are being participating in that. So as you have seen, we have arranged our sessions that way, that we have dealt with a keynote address with Professor Utsa Patnaik, who will give us the total background of the Indian economic conditions and agrarian distress. And then we will focus on the conceptual issues with voices from the field with an end note by Madhura Saminathan. Indian Association of Women Studies is an activist academia interface on women's issues, women's struggles, women's movements. But bringing movements to research is one of the agendas of Indian Association for Women Studies. And all of you can look into our website, be associated with our activities, be members, and be participants. So we welcome you all on behalf of IAWS and just introducing a little bit about what is our objective today. Thank you. I welcome you all. Looking forward to a very good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ishita, welcoming everybody to this very seminal discussion which we have planned today on behalf, of course, of IWS Vakam and Feminist Policy Collective, which I'm introducing. Our collective, the FPC, is something we started about 2 years ago. It's a voluntary small group of about 20 people. And the focus which we have primarily is on transformative financing, because that is something we felt is there's a lot of work which is going on, but there's a huge vacuum in terms of the finance component. So we take up several issues, of course. I mean, we take up the issue of violence and a macroeconomic perspective of violence, and it's not only an aspect of what is increasing, but also relating it to the normalization of violence in the broader society, falling off from economic and extra economic factors. Also, of course, employment, livelihoods, labor, that's another important area. And in the context of the pandemic, something which we've taken up earlier, but very important now, is that of health and the impact on reproductive rights and the collaterals, what I call the collaterals, in terms of fall in age at marriage and several other related issues. And of course, when we talk about transformative financing, see it through what I call a feminist finance link and a feminist finance perspective. In terms of policies may be there, but the articulation of that policies in financial terms is really what is important, whether it's in terms of budgetary allocations or, budget estimates which have been revised, or the actual utilization of allocations. So this is at a very broader context, the kind of work which we do. The feminist finance perspective, or what I term as a macro patriarchal state, because it's something which cannot function. So your paid, unpaid work, your paid economy cannot exist without an unpaid sub-economy to support the paid economy, and the kind of dynamics of change which are coming. This conference, which we have worked out today, is, of course, Ishita has explained the various sessions which we are going to have. And in this context, seeing it not only, of course, the most important aspect is the Farm Acts and the changes which are coming, but there are many other changes which have come primarily and initially from whether it was WTO, the new economic policy, the issues of trade, the issues of the global value chain, the kind of changes which are coming, and also impact the issue of labor codes, the environmental law, the changes in the Panchayat Act, all of them reducing the rights of the marginalized and of the vulnerable to the nation's assets in many other kinds of ways. And therefore, the issue of privatization is something also which is going to be taken up within this broader theoretical framework of which we are discussing the issue of agrarian structures, agrarian distress, and gender within that. So welcome to everybody to this conference. Seema, would you like to introduce Maqam?
Yeah. So thanks, Ritu. Thanks, Ishita, for that very comprehensive introduction to the webinar topic today. I welcome all of you on behalf of Maqam. Maqam, that is Mahila Kisan Adhikar Manch, is an alliance which was set up in 2014. And I think over the last 6 to 7 years, Maqam has spread its work across more than 22 states of the country. Maqam had its first national conference, which was a very well attended conference of over 1,000 women in Andhra Pradesh and Bapatla. And that was also a very seminal conference in terms of the issues that were laid out, and that also informed our Charter of Demands. Maqam has been set up primarily to ensure recognition, voice to women farmers. And this is as defined by the National Farmers Policy, which is a very expansive definition. And Maqam has actually strived towards bringing in a layered analysis of patriarchy and other forms of socioeconomic difference. It has also tried to address the larger context of capitalism and corporate agriculture. So Maqam is across the country, a number of issues that Maqam is currently looking at. And of course, the primary question of structural inequalities, which today's conference also hopes to address. And we welcome really all of you, and we are really looking forward to some very, very interesting deliberations from some very, very eminent speakers. So welcome again on behalf of Maqam, and looking forward to hearing all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Seema. We'll start with something we've all really been waiting for, and that is the keynote address of Professor Utsa Patnaik. You know, I've been given the honor and the privilege of introducing Professor Utsa Patnaik, and it's very difficult. I mean, it's like if you see the kind of work she's done you can just Google infinity. So I'm not even going to, repeat the kind of work, but the innumerable articles which she has done, and books, of course. And I think any of us who are involved in understanding Indian economy, particularly the agrarian structure and agrarian relations, all of us have read her work and been deeply impacted by the kind of work and the kind of clarity which she brings to what she has to analyze and what she has to say about the rural economy and about the agrarian economy. I remember as students when we had that modes of production debate, and there were different viewpoints, whether Indian agriculture is capitalist or semi-capitalist or feudal or semi-feudal, etc. And there was this very heated debate which took place in the 70s. And I remember that even some of us who did not agree, the amount we learned even from the letters to the editor which she wrote was really, it's something which has stayed with us continuously. Many books I'm not listing, but there are some which I think are increasingly and becoming more relevant today. So our poverty, her book on poverty trends and estimates, capitalism and production of patriarchy. I think that's a very seminal kind of work which she did, and we're all very familiar with. Agrarian question, of course. Linking up rural poverty with the introduction of neoliberalism 2-3 decades ago. That's another very important work. And of course, that amazingly titled work of hers called Republic of Hunger. And something which is becoming even more relevant today in the context, if we see the sharp fall in India's ranking in the global hunger index, and the entire movement which is there towards what I call a process of de-equalization in all social sectors, also very much in gender, and a process of de-development, that whatever had been attained, whatever little had been attained, even that is being attacked today. So I request Professor Utsa to please give her, I also want to say that when we were deciding, all of us, who the keynote address would be, all of us individually and collectively had only you in mind. So a great privilege, a great honor, and please, request you to please start your keynote. Thank you so much.
Ritu, I don't really deserve all the things you said about me. It's quite embarrassing. And I don't know how useful what I have to say today will be to you, because you are all involved actually in the day-to-day movement, in very detailed work and so on. Whereas what I have is a very broad overview of what has been happening. Now, I really, in this talk today, I don't want to glorify it by the name of a keynote address and all that, because in any case, the conference itself is truncated. It's only not even for a full day, given the strange circumstances we are all in today. I remember the conferences used to extend over 2-3 days in the past, and it was amazing because all these hundreds of people, attending, dozens of speakers. So we're really, badly impacted as far as even discussion is concerned. But still, it's great to meet up with you all, even if only online. So there are basically just two main points I want to make in my talk today. And given the constraint of time, I will not be able to give a very broad and detailed overview of what has been happening. The two main points are this, that despite the very bad economic and political situation that we are facing today, that you're all aware of, which of course is disproportionately affecting women and children, as always, despite all this, there is unlikely, in my view, to be a push for fiscal expansion on the part of the government. That is, it is not going to do what even capitalist, imperialist governments all over the world are doing. They are making a very big push for fiscal expansion, spending a lot of public money to get their populations out of this income deflation into which they have fallen, but not our government. And this is primarily because the nature of the state has changed, I think, fairly significantly and in an obvious manner in the last 15 years. But even more than that, there has been a change in the principal contradiction facing the people, particularly in the agrarian sphere, about which I had written an article in the Marxist a long time ago. I could not locate it recently, but certainly more than 10 years ago. That is the increasing tie-up, which is unprecedented, between international financial and economic interests and the Indian state. Well, there was always some degree of subordination of our state to the requirements of international finance, particularly when the neoliberal era started from the early 1990s. but the degree of subjugation of our interests to international interests now is quite unprecedented. And that is what has actually led this changing nature of the principal contradiction. To sum up, the essential feature of this changing nature is that in the agrarian sphere especially, is that the principal contradiction is now with imperialism and its attempts to economically recolonize our country. And this is an aspect that nobody really talks about, even today, to the extent that it should be talked about. So in view of this, the second point I'm going to expand on a bit in my talk is that, therefore, in the current situation, since we must, of course, strive with all our might to get the state to actually fund policies which lead to an improvement in the very dismal employment and food security situation that we have. But nothing much is going to be forthcoming from the state. So in such a situation, I feel that it is very necessary to think in terms of bold alternatives at the level of people's organization. And what I have been talking about for some time and would like again briefly to talk about today is the absolute necessity of introducing cooperation, not just in the field of credit and marketing and so on, which has been there for a long time, but in the area of production itself. Because you know the old adage, united we stand, divided we fall. And that is more true today than ever before. So the state is not going to give you what you want. Therefore, we have to think of alternative ways of supporting and improving. In fact, first of all, pulling people back from the deep well into which they have been pushed of loss of livelihoods, rising unemployment, loss, even greater food insecurity, and even greater malnutrition than was prevalent before this crisis. So first, a few words about the economic situation that you are all familiar with, especially the agrarian crisis. This, of course, as I've repeatedly argued, started a very long time ago with the beginning of the neoliberal policy thrust in the early 1990s. Whatever the drawbacks of the earlier Nehruvian strategy before 1990 had been, and I think the Nehruvian strategy lasted even after the death of Nehru, right from independence to roughly the end of the 1980s. So whatever the drawbacks and defects of the strategy had been, and we know that they've been very serious, particularly the failure to implement radical redistributive land reforms. But there was one positive element in that there was an attempt to protect our producers, small producers, both in industry and in agriculture, from the enormous fluctuations of global prices, which is entailed in a completely trade liberalized open economy. And that is what we had during the colonial period, a completely trade liberalized and open economy. And there was also an attempt to go in for a considerable amount of public expenditure and investment in development, particularly in rural development. So I will not go into the figures and the results, but we do know that compared to the colonial period, the rate of growth in agriculture grew amazingly, 30-fold actually, from 1.31% to almost 3% per annum. Once these particular expansionary state policies were adopted and the producers were protected from global price fluctuations, these are the two major factors, actually. Now, all this was given up under pressure from the international institutions, the World Bank, IMF, under pressure from individual northern industrial capitalist governments, the United States being the world capitalist leader at this time. So incessant pressure to give all this up, to which the government in 1991 succumbed and started doing two things. One is to undertake contractionary fiscal policies, not continuously. There would be 2 or 3 years of sharp contraction, and then when the situation got very bad and people started protesting, there would be some easing up and so on. But every new government which came in bowed to the dictates of the international institutions and went in for fiscal contraction, which makes no sense whatsoever in an economy like ours, where you have underemployed resources, unemployed labor, a high degree of malnutrition, and so on. And the second thing which they did is to reintroduce uh, and expose small producers to international price volatility. International prices go up and down very sharply. And this is what started the agrarian crisis in terms of farmer suicides. Because once they were exposed to this kind of global ups and downs of prices, they were simply not able to repay the loans that they were forced to take increasingly from private sources, since at the same time there were so-called financial reforms in which the priority sector for lending, as you know, was redefined in such a way. It was not given up, but it was redefined in such a way that the actual farmers and the producers were increasingly crowded out by larger scale producers. So these two things together, and there have been many other ways in which the farmers have been under attack. And I must say our farmers are amazingly patient and long-suffering. But there is a point where even their patience has to come to an end. And after more than 2 decades of suffering, after more than 3 lakh farmer suicides, when the government has been completely unmoving to their plight, the 3 farm laws which were passed by this government using its brute majority and without any real discussion with the people who would be affected, the 3 farm laws, these have been the proverbial last straw. And even our long-suffering farmers now have been on the warpath for 1 year. And that is a very inspiring struggle that they have launched, which we have to, of course, participate in and support with all our might. I remember even 10 or 12 years ago, even people on the left were laughing at me. They were saying that you are exaggerating the problem. If farmers were so badly off, then Sharad Joshi would be on the streets by now. I remember a particular conference of left-wing academics that I attended in 2005. So that's 16 years ago. I was being laughed at because people simply did not realize. You must remember that most of us, after all, are from urban backgrounds, educated, well-to-do backgrounds. We have never really thought in terms of what the impact of these neoliberal policies have been on our farms. And there is also, I regret to say, a certain tendency I've noticed within our own left economists and activists, and that is a kind of productionism or technologism, where they interpret the growth of forces of production to mean bringing in improved technology. And they actually think the corporate sector will bring in improved technology into agriculture. All completely wrong. In the Marxist framework, forces of production do not refer to technology. The greatest force of production of all is the worker, not machinery. In fact, Marx in volume 1 of Capital points out that the introduction of machinery leads to a higher rate of exploitation of workers, and he particularly points to the exploitation of women workers and of children in the factories in Britain, which was what he was taking as an example in his time. He's not somebody who lauded technology and machinery for its own sake, not at all. But there is this very crude understanding, I regret to say, even amongst some of us, which leads us to a wrong position on the peasant question and a kind of stasis, not doing anything about it. For years and years and years, even when peasants were committing suicides, and only becoming aware of the gravity of the problem when the peasants themselves have gathered in their thousands to protest against the farm laws. But anyway, better late than never. I hope that some sense has got into the heads of these people who have ignored the present crisis for so long. Now, as I was saying earlier, the principal contradiction in the agrarian sphere has been changing. as a result of the introduction of neoliberal policies. And this has not happened overnight. It's a process. It's an ongoing process. Now, what do I mean by the principal contradiction? The term itself, of course, is taken from Mao Zedong on contradiction. But it is also discussed in Lenin, though he doesn't use the term contradiction. But he uses terms like the trend of development and the moment of development. That is, you have a certain trend of a new development, but what is the specific moment at which the old, as it were, alliances and class structures cease to be relevant and new ones become relevant, come to the fore because of this new trend of development? He called this the specific moment of development. And Mao Zedong, of course, has a very detailed analysis of contradiction, where in the Chinese case, he pointed out that even though there was a deep contradiction within the Chinese economy and agrarian economy in particular, between the landlords and the exploiters on the one hand, and the laboring peasantry and the agricultural laborers on the other, in the specific context of the aggression of Japan against China from 1937, the principal contradiction was against the Japanese. And that agricultural laborers, the peasantry, rich peasants, all those who would fight the Japanese, and even landlords who were patriotic, were to be considered to be friends of the people. And this is a very important thing for us to understand today in the context of the agrarian crisis, that, what I have been arguing is that the principal contradiction has increasingly shifted from the contradiction, which the domestic contradictions have not gone away. It is not as though the contradiction between the wage paid laborer and the capitalist farmers, or that between the tenants and the landlords, have gone away. They're still there. It is not as though domestic exploitation has ended. It is very much there. But the point is that the entire farming sector, every single class in it, except that tiny minority at the top, maybe 3, 4, 5% of landowning households who now control about 50%, 46 to 50% of the total owned area in this country, except that minority which is collaborating with outside forces, with the corporate sector, everybody else is under attack. Because, the basic thrust of imperialism is twofold. One is to put in place into third world governments in decision-making positions, particularly in finance ministry, commerce ministry, etc., people who have been trained in their own institutions in fallacious theories to argue that developing countries will benefit from removing protection and opening up to trade. They will benefit from allowing the corporate sector to come into agriculture, because it's the corporate sector which will bring new technology and so on, and it will therefore aid in progress. So they are the people who have been attacking our own peasantry, and they have got a lot of support now from our own intellectuals and people who have been trained abroad and who have been very strategically positioned in important, chairs within the government. Well, this was happening right from the early 1990s. But there is a qualitative change, I believe, from the time that the present government has come into power. Even the previous government, which came to power in 2004, did not set up a single commission of inquiry to look into why farmers were committing suicide. Phenomenal. Even the exploitative British rulers who bled our people white would have set up at least a commission of inquiry. But no, the government which we supported, at least the first UPA government, did not even set up a committee of inquiry, leave alone the second UPA government, where the left was no longer part of it in that sense. But now from 2014, there is a qualitative change in that there is an absolutely open alliance that the government has entered into, not only with the new Indian Zaibatsu, I call, in Japan, the old monopoly houses Mitsubishi, Mitsui, etc., were kept a low profile, and they were supplanted by what they call the new Zaibatsu, the Shinko Zaibatsu, Nissan, and so on, in their aggression against Japan. So similarly in India, we have seen a class of what I call the Shinko, Indian Shinko Zaibatsu coming up. And the names of those business houses you're all familiar with. For some reason, they all begin with A. I don't need to spell it out for you. So it has entered into such an open alliance with the new corporate houses, and not only with our own domestic corporate houses. The three farm laws prove that it is bent on introducing corporate agriculture and allowing foreign transnational agribusiness and other corporations to enter the entire area of Indian agriculture, which had more or less kept them out, even though we had contract farming. What these farm laws are doing is two things. They are explicitly saying that the corporates and others can come in and they can actually pay what price they like. They do not need to buy products within the regulated mandis where prices are regulated, so they can enter into contract with farmers. So it is an open invitation to not only our own domestic business, but to the foreign transnational. That is what they want. And they want this because, of course, they want a recolonization of our agriculture, which I've been talking about for a long time, and which in the book, which I've jointly written with Prabhat Patnaik, two books actually. One is A Theory of Imperialism, and the second is Capital and Imperialism, which has been recently published from Monthly Review Press just a few months ago. So we have pointed out the material fact that the basic reason why countries in the global south were colonized to begin with in the earlier era was because the global north is so poorly endowed with the primary sector resources that they needed to access the rich biodiversity which our own agriculture represents, because we produce not just a single crop in the year to which they are constrained to produce. The northern countries can produce only one crop in the year. They are constrained to do this for climatic reasons. So they have single cropping, and there's no amount of technological change that they have introduced can get over this basic material fact. So historically, they have always wanted control over the product of our land to diversify their consumption basket and to provide them with raw materials, not just raw materials. The major element of imports in the colonial period and to this day from the primary sector, from the agricultural sector of the global south, has been foodstuffs, because they are so deficient in a range of foodstuffs that they are very highly dependent on us. Now, after independence, since our economy was cordoned off to some extent from global pressures, they did not like that. So they want a recreation of the colonial model where our economy is completely trade liberalized, where they have full freedom to come in and to contract with our farmers. And our farmers know that. The amazing thing is that while I find that most of my economist colleagues have paid no attention to this very dangerous aspect of the agrarian crisis, it is the farmers themselves who are very clear on the fact that no matter how inefficient the domestic government may be, no matter what delays there might be in their getting their price, they would still prefer for the government to fix a minimum support price for their products. No matter how high the price in the global market may be, they are not interested in producing for the global market. They want the system of minimum support price and selling to government agents to continue. And of course, in places like Punjab, Haryana, and one or two other states, the farmers have already experienced contract farming from the big agribusiness corporations. They know that these are enormous, powerful, faceless corporations, and they are ruthless. They have their own armies. They forcibly, more or less, introduce genetically modified crops. They do not adhere to the contract they enter into with farmers. If the global price happens to fall, the burden of the falling price is always passed on to the farmer. They will make any excuse for not lifting the farmer's produce. They'll say the quality of what you have produced is not good enough, is not up to the contract standard, or some other excuse or the other. But when the global price rises and they're making profits, they will not give a single iota of those profits, their share in the profits, to the actual farmer under contract systems. So it is out of their own experience that our farmers have realized that this is simply a ploy on the part of the foreign transnational companies to subjugate them completely. And of course, they may not be correct in saying that they are going to take over our land, but in an indirect sense, yes, because those farmers who don't have deep pockets, who don't have accumulated funds, and who are pushed into a situation of crisis because of being exposed to global price volatility. And the more than 3 lakh farmer suicides are a testimony to the fact that they have been pushed into such a situation. Well, they lose land. They have to mortgage their assets to continue as farmers. And beyond the point, there are no more assets to mortgage. The creditors take over the assets. And as you know, all the data, I will not give you some figures that you already know, that several million farmers have been forced to leave farming altogether. And the degree of concentration of land ownership has increased very substantially in this country already after more than 25 years of this kind of attack on the farmers. So that is why you find today what would have been unthinkable even a decade ago. You find today a coming together, an unprecedented coming together in the farmers' struggle, of workers who are paid wages, of the primarily self-employed small peasants and middle peasants, and the tractor owning apparently fairly well-to-do farmers. And this, of course, includes thousands and lakhs of women farmers as well, as Ritu has pointed out, and as you all know. And this is an unprecedented coming together, which has not been orchestrated by any political party, not even by the progressive movement. But it is the result of their own experience over the last 30 years of these disastrous economic reforms, which has impacted them so badly, which has been so cruel to them. And they also know that they are not fighting only for their own rights. They are really fighting for the nation. They are fighting for the continuation of the system of the Indian Union, because the Indian Union is not just a political entity, it is also an economic entity. And the public food procurement and distribution system, as I wrote somewhere ages ago, is an economic expression of this political unity. You cannot have a central government telling state governments, you take over the job of procurement. If that is so, then it should also tell the state government in Assam or in Kerala that you take over the foreign exchange that you earn from your agriculture exports in Kerala, or from your oil production in Assam, or whatever. It does not do that. It takes all the foreign exchange which is earned by our farmers and other producers and centralizes it. So it has no business to tell any state that we will decentralize food procurement and distribution. It is part of its own political responsibility as a central government to continue the system. But as we have seen through these 3 farm laws, this is the responsibility which they are not only giving up, but they're giving up the right of our farmers to decide on their own livelihood to not only domestic corporate, but to foreign corporate agents. And this is something which is fundamentally anti-national. The term anti-national has been misused again and again and again to target specific individuals who are fighting for the rights of the laboring poor. But the true application really is to these policies, which are anti-national. Now, let me now briefly talk about the alternative. But before that, let me just again underline the extreme danger of an economic recolonization of our agriculture in particular by referring to this paper I published in the Marxist in 2018, and a very brief version appeared in the Hindu last year. No, it's still this year, sometime I think in February earlier this year, which is the continuing attack that the advanced countries are making, both through bilateral negotiation and through the World Trade Organization, on our food procurement and distribution system. Now, I will not have time to go into the details in the brief time that I have left to me, which is only about 20 minutes now. So I would request you to kindly purchase or not and get this little booklet which has come out from SAMR, which has put together some of my. It's very brief. It's only 60 pages. It has put together summaries of some of my writings bearing on policy matters, not really the theoretical writings, but bearing on policy matters regarding agriculture since 1997, because the first article I ever wrote in Economic and Political Weekly was about the danger of removing protection to Indian farmers because of the enormously high subsidies that the advanced countries pay to their own farmers, and the number of their own farmers is very small. It is even smaller today. The United States has hardly 2 million full-time farmers, 2 million, compared to over 120 million farmers in our own country. And the dishonesty that they have shown in the agreement in agriculture, in the way they drew up the agreement on agriculture, in putting, in their transferring all their own price support measures into direct cash transfers to their farmers. And then they wrote into the agreement on agriculture, which India signed in 1994, along with all other countries when the WTO was being formed. They wrote into that agreement that cash transfers we do not need to reduce. Those are in the so-called green box. We don't need to reduce cash transfers. They're not to be considered subsidies. That is because they were already transferring all their price support measures, and they defined only price support measures in which our own minimum support price falls as so-called trade distorting, and which they have to reduce. Now, direct cash transfers are feasible for them. They are not feasible for us, because they can easily transfer. They have a rich industrial country. Now, less than 1% of their budget goes when they give cash transfers to their farmers to the extent of half or even more of the total value of their agricultural output. Now that is impossible for us. We have 120 million farmers. We cannot possibly give cash transfers. It is economically not feasible. It would be an administrative nightmare. But you know that our own government and the economists who have been trained abroad have been going on talking about cash transfers all the time to replace the MSP. The only realistic policy we can implement is minimum support price. And that is what the farmers say. They say we don't want cash handouts. We just want a reasonable minimum support price, which will cover our cost of production, which will give us a modest standard of life. We don't want to go abroad and sell our prices at very high prices today, only to find that the prices have crashed 2 years from now and we cannot even cover costs. We just want stable prices, which only the government can guarantee, which it had been guaranteed since the setting of the Food Corporation of India, since the setting up of the commodity boards dealing with spices and tea and so on, and cotton and so on. By the way, the procurement and price support function of the commodity boards dealing with spices, etc., was dismantled from the mid-1990s. They still exist in name, but they do nothing in terms of price support. And the reason you had a crisis in Kerala, in the Wayanad area, is because the coffee and tea producers were thrown to the mercy of the foreign transnational corporations who came in and signed contracts with them, and the government was not there to provide any kind of floor to the prices. When they crashed abroad, these corporations gave lower prices, and so you had farmer suicide starting even in Kerala, even in a state like Kerala, uh, in 2005, 6, and so on. When I was there, not only farmers who had been affected by the price falls, but even their daughters were committing suicide. Unmarried daughters. I visited some of these households, and it was a really traumatic. I went there along with P. Sainath. I think he's a participant also in this. And it must have been far more traumatic for him. He has gone around far more systematically. But it was even traumatic for me to see the kind of lost look in the eyes of these widows, of these teenage girls who now felt that they were a burden on the family, some of whom, and who could not deal with the psychological pressure. So, uh, in this context, I pointed out that in 2018, the United States government made a formal complaint in the World Trade Organization against India, saying India was giving price support to its farmers to the extent of more than 70% for rice and of 2/3 of the 70% of total output value. In fact, more than 75% of total output value of its rice production, and 2/3 and more of the total output value of its wheat production. It was violating the WTO rules, the de minimis clause, which says you can't give domestic support in excess of 10% of output value. And I went through their detailed calculations, and it is so dishonest. I reproduced those calculations in this booklet, so please do go through it. They're very simple calculations. Anybody with middle school, arithmetic can understand it. Nothing difficult about it. So what they're actually doing, and this is a rule they wrote dishonestly into the agreement in agriculture, they are taking the prices, global price that prevailed 35 years ago, from 1986 to 88. So the year that is centered on is 1987. So the global wheat price or the global rice price, and then they're looking at the minimum support price for rice or wheat that India was giving at that time, and they're converting the global price at the exchange rate of that time, prevalent at that time, which is 12.5 rupees to the dollar then. It is over 70 rupees to the dollar now. And they said that, look, how did they arrive at this enormous figures of support, these spurious, dishonest figures? They said that India should be giving, and they're giving data for 3 years, 4 years, I think, 11, 12, 12, 13, 13, 14. I've taken the 13, 14 years in this booklet. They said that India should be giving to their farmers at most 235 rupees per quintal as MSP for rice and 350 rupees per quintal for wheat. Now that works out to what? It works out to less than 2.5 rupees per kilo for rice and 3.5 rupees per kilo for wheat, because that was the minimum support price prevalent then, 35 years ago. So that is the price they're taking. And the entire difference between that and the actual MSP in 2013-14, which was 1,300, 1,200, something like that. So more than 1,000 rupees per quintal, they are taking as illegal support. All right. I mean, it is just amazing. It just boggles the imagination to think how any government can be so, government spokesman can be so dishonest and can attack our food security system. They're basically saying that the Indian government has no right to stock food grains by operating a minimum support price system because it is violating WTO provisions. But they wrote those provisions with these absurd rules. And they're not affected by those provisions because they have taken good care to shift all their support measures, which existed in the past, into direct cash transfers, which they have actually eliminated from any reduction commitments. Okay, so let me go on very briefly now to the alternative. The situation is extremely dire, but as you know, the government has been in a state of continuous denial. We know that even before the current pandemic, by 2017-18, the National Sample Survey data on employment and on consumer expenditure showed that unemployment levels were enormously high. Open unemployment was some 3 times what it has ever been before. And underemployment in various forms had also gone up, which is to be expected. Because by 2018, you already had the recessionary impact of the very foolish measure of demonetization, and you already had the impact of GST combined. So even before the pandemic broke out, and the pandemic has, of course, intensified the recession unbelievably over the last year or 18 months. So even before the pandemic induced recession started, the situation was already extremely bad in terms of employment. And of course, a fall in women's participation rate is always indicative of the discouraged worker effect. Just that you can't find work, so you drop out of the workforce, for the time being. And if you look at the consumer spending data, for decades, I've been drawing attention to the fact that the per capita real spending on food has been going down. The per capita calorie intake and protein intake average has been going down. And of course, it's only the average. So it has been going down faster for the poor compared to others. And by the poor, I mean 75% of the population. My own calculations using the National Sample Survey data and using the government's own definition of how to measure poverty by applying a nutrition norm showed that by 2009-10, more than 70% of the rural and urban population could not access a minimum calorie norm of 2,200 in rural areas and 2,100 in urban areas. Of course, the government has been giving false poverty figures because it has abandoned its own definition of how to measure poverty. Instead of directly looking at the nutritional data and finding out at what level of spending you can access the nutrition norm. For now, ever since, for every estimate they have given after 1973, and that is now what? 83, 93, 13, that is, more than 40 years ago. They have simply not applied their own definition. They have simply used the 1973 poverty line and updated it by a price index. So there are technical issues of why applying a price index simply doesn't work. It doesn't work in terms of capturing the actual cost of living. I went into a long debate with Deaton and Dres on this way back. It's already more than 10 years since I entered into that debate in the pages of Economic and Political Weekly. Now, so the government, however, has been in denial. It has simply not bothered to address the real problem. Yes, the UPA government did set up new committees, the Tendulkar committee, later the Rangarajan committee, but they just fiddled with the figures. They did not really address the basic problem. And the poverty line today continues to be absurd. At the official poverty line, you can in India buy a 2-liter bottle of water, that's all. And that is supposed to meet a person's entire daily requirements. All the requirements, all the monthly requirements of not only food, but your rent, your transport, your medicines. If you have, your educational costs of children divided by 30. So all of that is supposed to be met by a sum which today will buy 2 liters of water. That is all. And it's the same with the World Bank poverty estimates, the same in every country. Anyway, I'll be bringing out hopefully quite soon a report I've written for the ICSSR in the form of a book. It's roughly about 300 pages long, critiquing World Bank and official poverty estimates, which I've been doing in articles in EPW over the years. Some of you may have seen it, others may not have, because it's not, it is, some of it is a little technical. So coming to the alternative, the situation is one of total denial by the government, and it's denial of what the Global Hunger Index says about India's slipping is in line with what it has been doing for all these years, denying everything that the own data is showing, and they have suppressed that data. They have taken off the consumer expenditure data from the website within a few days of putting it. And I actually downloaded it. I don't have it, the 2017-18 consumer expenditure data. As far as the nutritional data from NSS is concerned, which is very important for looking at true poverty, I don't think they will ever release it. Similarly, they have suppressed the employment data. So our own institutions are being undermined. We had one of the best data collecting institutions in the world in the National Sample Survey, which had been set up by Prashant Mahalanobis, who was a world-renowned statistician. It is a very sad situation, very, very sad. So let me come to the positive side of it. One is, of course, the farmers' movement that I've been talking about, and which is very heartening. The second is, I think activists have to think very seriously in terms of cooperation. As I've said, not only cooperation in the sphere of credit and marketing, which has been around for a long time, but cooperation of agricultural workers who have been distributed some seeding surplus land, of poor peasants, middle peasants, and also draw in the relatively well-to-do farmers so that they do not oppose such cooperation, explaining to them that only through cooperative production can the small producers survive this concerted onslaught, which is meant a coming together now, not only of global finance capital and global economic interests, which wish to recolonize our agriculture, but unfortunately, there are enough people within the government who have succumbed to this agenda and who are now actively pushing this agenda. So you're facing a very, very powerful establishment, not only domestically, but globally. And we cannot hope to survive this unless you think innovatively. Just doing what business as usual, putting petitions to the government and so on will not do. You have to think of active and innovative measures. And I think some of this has already trickled down, and some attempts at cooperation have already started at district levels, but they need to be widened, and this needs to be taken up by the women's movement in a very, very big way. And I would urge the intellectuals and others among you to very closely study the first 30 years of the Chinese cooperative movement, before the entire idea of cooperative production was completely abandoned from the early 1980s in China. But from 1950 to 1980, China built up a unique cooperative structure of cooperative production. And it meant not just decentralization, it meant a decentralization of decision-making as well, an enormous democratization of decision-making, not only as regards production, but every other sphere of economic activity, from from the state and from the centralized state and from the provincial states to the level of the Chinese cooperatives and later on the large-scale communes, which were later on dismantled. So this is a unique experiment in history, which the literature which comes from northern countries will attack all the time. Because what capitalism hates above all, what it wants above all, is insecurity on the part of workers. They want a footloose, migrant, propertyless labor force that they can hire and fire at will, that they can exploit to the maximum. And what they hate is any system gives them employment security, food security, livelihood security, which gives education to their children and affordable healthcare, which is what the cooperative system actually did before the inequalizing and market-oriented capitalist, the growth path-oriented path in China finally overtook this unique cooperative development path from the early 1980s onwards. So that has to be studied, and studied very seriously. None of our intellectuals study the Chinese development path. Okay, so let me stop there since I've just exceeded my time by a couple of minutes. Thank you very much for your patience in listening to me. I will only be able to stay for until about 12, because as I explained in my letter to the organizers, I am also subjected to multitasking as a woman. So
Yeah.
I have, some of you know, my youngest son is handicapped, so I have to give him his bath and his lunch. So I have to leave this meeting, much though, and my apologies to all the other speakers. I would have loved to have stayed and listened to all of you and to see you after a long time, if only online. But I have no choice in the matter. My home help has not been double vaccinated. I'm not permitting her as yet to come into the house. For many months, I was doing my own sweeping and washing of clothes. I still wash all clothes, but I've given up the cooking. She's only allowed into the kitchen, but she can't help with my son. So my deepest apologies to the other participants and the organizers, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Utsa, for taking out this time and for, I think, fulfilling every expectation that we had from what you would say. The entire historical context, the very fluid integration of concepts and theory and the lived reality. So thank you very, very much. We are not allowing a question and answer for the simple reason that there are many issues at debate which we can do later, but and we are going to call upon you again and again for several other talks and several other discussions, including, I just want to say, this cooperation component, which is what is very worrying, because that's what we feel. But now the Ministry of Cooperation has started, and it is headed by, we know who is headed by, and what it really implies in terms of control over the cooperative movement as it exists today in the whole context of cooperation. So we'll probably have a full seminar on that. And once we start physical, we are going to do a 1-week conference on agrarian distress. And so thank you very, very much for the thing. Thank you. So thank you very much. And I request Ishita to take over for the next session. Ishita?
Yes, thank you, Shadi, for your brilliant exposure to this, who led us the path, basically. You removed the curtains from where we would be now, taking over the plight of the women farmers and how they are severely affected by the farm laws. So where are the laws coming into their lives? Now we have three panelists here: Professor Ravi Srivastava, Professor but Ravi hasn't joined, I think. Ravi hasn't joined.
Sorry, Ishita, I
Has
just
Ravi
want to
joined?
say that Ravi is not being too well, so he might join a bit later.
Okay, I understand that.
Yeah,
I
thank you.
understand that Ravi may join in later. Sejal Dand and P. Sainath are there. And my job is to introduce P. Sainath and Sejal Dand as well as Ravi Srivastava, although I know none of them needs an introduction to this audience. P. Sainath is the founder of this party, all of us know, and he has given us the entire knowledge of agrarian distress, farmers' suicides, peasant suicides, has been very active in the struggle, as we have seen, and at all points, and given us all lifelines of this entire struggles, and has been a part of these struggles along with us. Sejal, then welcome P. Sanath to this. Sejal Dand, all of them are fellow mates in our struggle. And Sejal has been a feminist activist of this gender and land rights, has been director of Anandi, and also a founder of Maqam. So Sejal, based in Ahmedabad, has been, your work has been an inspiring work in part of this feminist activism. So we all know you, Sejal, so and has been working with us. So this issue, we thought none other than you would be able to deal with it. And since Ravi will be joining a little later, so I would ask, please, Sainath, you would speak first and then Sejal, or the order, whichever you feel like.
Uh,
Sai?
I'd like very much to hear Sejal speak first.
Okay.
And I'm also having some
Okay.
issue with the camera here. So please
Okay.
start off. Start off. Don't wait for me. And
Okay.
Yes.
go ahead.
And you are given 20 minutes to make your points, and then we will take some questions from the chat box. If Ravi can join later up in the day. As you know, this session is on conceptual foundations. So the conceptual foundations, the groundwork has been already made in the morning by our keynote speaker. So the conceptual foundations of how the farm acts are going to affect women farmers and your experience, please tell us. So we will be now be listening Sejal Dant to make her point. Sejal?
Yeah, thank you, Ishita. It's always a pleasure to meet here. Following Utsa and speaking before Sainath is just like making me feel, why am I wasting my time? And everybody's here. I am actually not going to speak only about the farm acts. I'm going to speak of where, as Makam, we see um, how and what we like to bring to life from the women farmers' perspective. I'm trying to open my point very quickly. Is it visible? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is visible.
Okay. Unable. Okay. So in Makam we started Makam with this idea that there were people from the environment movement, the agriculture movement, of course, feminists who came together. And we were looking at what are we going to do to visibilize who is this category of rural women that we're working with. And within the Indian policy itself that Professor Swaminathan was heading, there's a very broad and inclusive definition of farmers. This, of course, got sharpened when they tabled the women farmers entitlement bills. But just using this definition, we felt that it actually encompassed far more farming and agriculture tasks and visibilized the work of women farmers. And therefore, it was probably speaking to probably most rural women. Now, of course, increasingly we find a lot of peri-urban women and urban women can also fall under this definition. So, given this reality, this is something that we all speak of. There is a problem with my laptop. Um, while we consider women farmers to be the largest workforce in within the women workers category, and with all the invisibilization of women's work that happens in any case, it still tells us that if we were going to look at women workers and occupations, then this is a category that obviously should demand most attention. And yet, in policy, in programs, and this continues to be not only the most amongst the most poor from the ST, SC, OBC, the most vulnerable marginalized communities in India. It also happens to be the most undernourished, undereducated, with very poor health indicators, well-being indicators overall. So this category of workers, why is it that this set of women in agriculture workers have gotten so invisibilized? And I think broadly, even in our planning, we continue to look at the male breadwinner, household model. We look at heads of the household as men, and constantly women's rights or rights to entitlements are mediated both by the family and by the state, where they only effectively recognize the men as the head of the household and men as a landowner, men as a farmer. Therefore, I think there are also broader things that we need to understand. And these are where patriarchies prevail, which actually impact how our programs, policies, and investments are made. Um, Utsa took a very global view of how do you actually see the emerging global condition, and I'm going to take a very um, uh, a view from the lens of a women farmer. See, one of the things that happens is this whole idea of work, the work site and the home as being distinct spaces. That's that's what is defined as a work, and therefore that gets invested in, that gets recognized, that gets visibilized. But however, for a woman farmer, the farming work of production is not only at the field gate, it's at the homestead, it's at the it's at the level of whatever is produced, processed within the home also, which is a lot of livelihood related work. And this gets clubbed under domestic duties, and therefore that is not recognized as work. The other thing, in all definitions of the census, we continue to look at work as a primary and secondary occupation. And you would still have women reporting themselves as मैं क्या करती हूँ, घर का काम करती हूँ. Now, घर का काम actually doesn't mean only domestic duties. It actually involves for this large scale of landless, small and marginal farmers, which dominate our agriculture population in this country and probably most of global south, is where you're saying you're looking at small ruminants, you're looking at production in the house, homestead, you're looking at collecting, collecting from the commons and the forest lands. So all this also gets into this not recognized as work. Women across the day and across seasons also are never then primary workers, because then I'm also doing wage work, I'm also doing work on my own farm, I'm doing work on my own home through production and livelihood, and I'm working in the commons. So ineffectively, it is not time that is seen as work. And when you actually get into the time you studies, you also measure then paid and unpaid work. But just in terms of production and what are you producing, this division of work therefore then privileges where investments are made and what is counted as agriculture. I think labor, there's always the outcomes are measured now in economic terms. They're measurable for what acreage is cultivated, how much is cultivated, what is the yield. And this, of course, again goes to the economic market model, which is what are you producing which has marketable value. Lot of women's labor actually gets into producing for your own subsistence, for your own household. Uh, it is it's in a variety of tasks, and that labor and the day therefore, and because you do multiplicity of tasks, all the caregiving and the well-being aspects get invisibilized. This, of course, if you're looking at outcomes of work onto your bodily integrity, your well-being, then all these indicators of health, gender-based violence, and reproduction, they probably are the least talked about when you talk of agriculture. But it is this very women who lack, these women farmers, who lack control over any of this and who are probably showing the poorest indicators, and probably are victims, are exploited bodily, and their bodily integrity is constantly compromised on this. I think at the end of the day, if you are not recognizing women's farming practices and what they're doing and how they're doing, then you're actually invisibilizing women farmers also and the outcomes for what they're working. which is resulting into huge time poverty for women. It's probably rural women, Adivasi women whose pre-COVID also we were talking of this time poverty, and post-COVID, we must increasingly recognize that the burden is just absolutely no leisure, no rest, not adequate even sleep time. So your days have gone from 13 to 15 hours that women are reporting in Ola surveys currently. Um, so basically what we were trying to say is that if this is a model and this is where in the planning process we don't recognize this realities of women farmers or महिलाओं की किसानी, दोनों महिला किसान और उनकी किसानी, then there is very poor outcomes into investing into what needs to be done to set right. So there is very poor investments in building human capital. I'm sitting in Gujarat, and for years Gujarat has been amongst the most food insecure states, and yet we have to argue with the state all the time where hunger is just not seen. It's invisibilized and it's seen as the Gujarat model of development. I mean, God save us all from this model of development where the social indicators on health, education, nutrition are so very poor. But I think one underlying fact that we keep continuing to ignore is what is the level of decision making that women have in any of these forums that that they can do it within on their own bodies, on their own labor, time, and reproduction. If women continue to have zero control over it or zero decision making powers due to our construct, then I think what is it that we can do to enable that is probably of the most importance to all of us. I think this whole business of women farmers being treated as labor, unpaid labor, invisibilized, and you invisibilize not only work, you also invisibilize their knowledge and the skills. They've been cultivators, gardeners, livestock keepers, they've been seeders, seed preservers, and all this work and knowledge and skills goes invisible to this. They're active in the household and in any of the agriculture institutions beyond this. You'll see very little women. KVKs continue to do achar making trainings for women. It's not the women who are leading the KVKs. That was the whole point. If they're the knowers and the skilled women, should they be running the Krishi Vigyan Kendras? There's a very small start made within the National Rural Livelihood Mission, and you have CRPs that are going out there, skilled women. But you're otherwise still asking for graduates who study in extension colleges and come up with practices which are irrelevant and probably harmful also um, to where women, to the kind of farming that women are practicing. I think the only measurable difference, and one example we take often is credit, given the enormous crisis. And we in Makam had been looking at what is this with this credit needs of women farmers that we can do. Because you're not landowners, you're not recognized as farmers, and we were looking at Kisan credit cards. So there seems to be an invisible assumption that women farmers will need investments in credit which will be microfinance. And that's been going on from the 90s and it's gained ground now. And that's the only popular model available. In 95, we were talking about women becoming primary customers of the banks. And the SSG was just an entry to kind of say there is no collateral available historically. And while that transforms and those changes will take place gradually, in the meantime, what we do. And yet we find that this entire credit needs of women farmers for investments in their own lives, in their own livelihoods, has completely been subverted. So you have a KCC which, by eligibility, all the women farmers should be eligible, but it is still only the very few women farm landowners who, if they get access to it, are able to do it. Tenant, Laurel, Leasy, sharecroppers, all other women farmers continue to go to private money lenders. And now, of course, the scouts of the microfinance institutions has led to enormous pressures on women. A small study in Puducherry on the financialization recently showed that each woman is probably juggling 32 sources of private and microcredit from different ways. And the enormous pressure that's putting on women who have now become debtors and become the most favorite vehicles on which to ride microfinance into the household, um, simply because they can be pressured much more. So you have 1.6 lakhs collateral, which you're saying without collateral we will give, but it's only the 10,000 that the women will get, and that also only in the group lending, and enormous breaking of solidarities. They're saying that this builds solidarities, but you're actually breaking any solidarity that exists within the women's collectives by putting this enormous peer pressure on women becoming collectors at all points, free collectors of credit uh, for private institutions of microfinance. I think this ownership of land, there's much spoken about it. And I think one of the primary demands has been that unless you can have a digitized record and you can't still enable sex disaggregated data. I find that enormously problematic. We've constantly, we've been talking for last 10, 12, 15, 20 years to the different ministries of DOLR to enable this. And today also, we still don't have that data. And you're not wanting to measure it because you're not even wanting to measure what's the landlessness that's occurring amongst women. We tend to look at Utsa gave a good example of what she was having to deal with. And I think this is a reality of all unpaid work, which is a lot of livelihood work for Indian rural women, Indian women in general. And this actually shows the gaps. I mean, for this domestic work would mean providing for the energy for the household. For cooking, it'll mean water, it'll mean childcare, it'll mean taking care of the sick. But a lot of this time actually is state responsibility. All this is basic needs. And we seem to have completely abandoned this. So while the men are not sharing it, a lot of these tasks are actually state responsibility to create public provisioning uh, for whether it be water, it be childcare, it be health, it be roads and infrastructure. And on many of this, we continue to see that there's absolutely no um, recognition of the needs of women farmers. And the simple, huge infrastructure and the investment that have gone into this country have gone into actually connect the village to the outside world. And that's basically as an extraction from the village economy into the urban centers again. And the roads and the infrastructure that women probably most need is infrastructure that will allow them from the house to the farm gate to the common to the forest. And these continue to be non-existent investments. So you have continuously having still pictures of women carrying huge loads on their head uh, without using even the basic small wheels to reduce this. Promises that were made to women farmers through a lot of intervention from a lot of you, whether it be to all of you who are sitting in the room, have pushed in all the planning processes, gender responsive budgeting. And way back in 97, you got us promised 30% of investments in every program. Effective utilization till last year was still 10%. And even that effective utilization, if you actually go down and calculate, then it's suspect because whole chunks of money have been put in women's names. All the ICDS money, for instance, goes into women's names, but it's not actually gender budgeting. There was an enormous push, I think, in the 12th plan to look at what spaces we can create for representation of women at various bodies. And I think in the agriculture department, they tried something on the ATMA at least, at every level we'll get 30% women farmers and committees. The status of implementation, we were asking the agriculture department in 2019 when we met. He said, we don't know. We're also trying to push it. You also try to push it. From the little information we have in Gujarat, even when these meetings are called, our women farmers are reporting that there are only two of us still in that body of men, which is dominated by state and public officials. So we effectively have zero voice in actually planning or constructing what kind of programs we need. um, I think deeply problematic, simple patriarchal constructs of plowing and the violence against single women who actually take on the plow. This is a continued reality in a lot of our villages, and we just don't think that is something that we can discuss in agriculture. If the mechanization of the tools that is required for women is a completely different area of work. But even just the gender-based violence of women within the agriculture sector, all the kinds of discriminatory practices that exist still go unchallenged because there's no visible organization of women's collectives to look at women's workers as farmers, farmers as workers in the agriculture sector, and seeing what all support they need. I think quickly to end, what is it that we've been talking? What are the key outcomes that we have to reimagine for our agriculture program if we were looking at from the point of view of women farmers and women farming practices? I think the outcomes have to really be on food nutrition security. मेरे थाली में क्या आता है मेरे खेत से is a simple way that we say it. And that's where how women farmers actually on the ground are challenging this. They're adopting, they're holding on. Post COVID, also, we saw there was a resurgent interest into what can we do to not get into this extremely vulnerable situation where we are completely without. So, this whole food sovereignty debate on which many women are leading from the ground up is saying, let's look at what we need and let's reimagine our outcomes to be different. I think challenging norms and changing practices at every site, whether it be with the banking site or it be with the agriculture uh, institutions, it be with the markets. I think everywhere where there is increasing uh, forms of public patriarchies that are emerging and violence against women, whether it is the SC judge saying that the women farmers need to return back home and being patronizing on that, or it is actually the banks not recognizing women as their primary customers. We need to continue to do that. I think the Lothal sickle that is seen on the Lothal Harappan, the site, which is 3,000 years old, that continues to be the implements that women use. And we need to talk of much more investments into drudgery reduction. And I think the primary way that we are doing is to prioritize infrastructure needs for women. We need to sort uh, this, get investments into drinking water, into taps, into childcare provisioning. How is that every rural site has more than 50 women workers, and yet we have no provisioning, no public provisioning for childcare facilities in any village? There used to be ICDS committed to us in their track 2 that we'll start it in 2015. They said we'll start with 10% of Anganwadis being converted to childcare and care centers, and that program completely got abandoned then. So we may have a law, but we have absolutely no way of doing that. I think land, that is the primary agitation on which women are organizing. They're trying to protect the lands that they are using, they're cultivating, and almost all struggles across the country, whether it be on forests or it be for agricultural land, or it becomes where the states is creating land banks. On the ground, we are seeing women taking very, very strong, aggressive stands to protect their livelihoods. But the expectation is really that you identify all cultivable land and distribute it amongst the landless. I think if we abandon this hope, then we are not going to be, we're going to leave everybody extremely, extremely deprived and vulnerable. I think even in the private land ownership, even after in most states, after 50 years, and even after HSA 2005, 15 years down the line, we're still seeing very poor land ownership successors as women. For Makam, it's become really important that we look at an inventory of commons and panchayats, and we foreground these as really important resources which require to be reserved, required for common use. Um, and I've already said it, that we are looking at creation and maintenance of disaggregated data across all socio-economic groups. You really need to know what's happening with Adivasi and Dalit lands also. Thing on the markets, Bakam has 3 position papers, which we've done very clear articulation of what we find problematic with this farm laws. But at the broader end, therefore, I'm not going into it this time, although Isha did say this was supposed to be the pitch. I think conceptually we are looking at more local markets. You're looking at more self-sufficient communities within the village, within a 100-mile radius. We are looking, amazingly, one of the biggest things when we did a series of regional consultations in 2017 across the country, we found that women were saying that the attacks by animals on the food crops is their most severe problem. And of course, that requires transformation. It requires for the forest communities to look at what are you planting in the forest, what are you creating, enabling environments, what are you doing in the commons. Everybody accepts, women accept 20-25% of crop loss on animals. Only when it exceeds 40% does that become a problem. And there is a zero intervention program, intervention, investments, any discussions within the with the forest department or with the agriculture department on what can you do to stave this off and what is the crisis that is leading to this. Manrega is something, a convergence, greater increased number of days for women, 200 days. That's probably been a program that women have taken to. It's local employment. It has the potential to increase investments in their own land and livelihood, and a range of agriculture operations can be supported through actually paid work through Manrega. Um, is is something that even post-COVID, both PDS and Manrega from the women farmers also have been seen as the most important programs that require strengthening, that require broadening, that require expanding and greater investments. I think Makams is constantly trying, and we are also still debating whether this e-shram portals would be one way of entering and getting recognized for the work as women farmers. Uh, that will that visibilizing and getting registered somewhere as women farmers for all the work and the skills and the knowledge we have requires a primary gap, and we continue to look at it. The spaces for labor, agriculture labor are shrinking in this state. There are zero labor codes. Anyway, women agriculture labor have zero protection. There is absolutely neither the labor nor the entire violence machinery is addressing the multiple forms of violence, extreme forms of violence, unless there is a rape or a death. I mean, even the Hathras case, remember the girl was a farmer. She was going to collect fodder. It's only this cases of rape, death, sexual assault, multiple assaults that come to us, and several of them. It's the everyday violence that women experience at workplaces, which is completely invisibilized, and there's no recourse or remedy to seek redressal on any of this. Um, I think lastly, what Utsa spoke of was cooperatives. Our own experience is that any formal structures are really difficult to manage. Whether it be an FPO, it becomes an cooperative. There is very little participation or control of the women. So we broadly talk of all forms of collectives of women farmers, registered, non-registered, formal and informal. They need to be recognized as FPO. And they can be, there are several forms. So don't only look at one form. The whole FPO insistence of NABARD is where it has led us to only 3% women farmer producer organizations. And creating local markets and asking for more investments in this is the way to go for us. I'm going to stop here right now, and if there's any questions, we'll be there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sejal. And we will come back to questions at the end of this session. So I would request now to go over to P. Sainath. Sai, would you please unmute, and is your camera, is the problem solved?
No, I don't know. You can hear me clearly, right?
Yeah.
But the camera
We
problem
can
is
hear
not
you.
solved, so I just have to go ahead with
Yeah.
audio.
Yeah. No problem. No problem. We can hear you very clearly. No
Okay.
problem. Please go on.
Yeah. Let me begin by saying two things. Three, actually, if I can get the camera working and the share screen. The third being about the flagship project of Modi government on agriculture, which is the Fasal Bima Yojana. But the first two things I'd like to say something about have probably been said more elegantly by others before me. But anyway, one, we haven't a hope in hell of resolving India's agrarian crisis if we do not address and engage with the issues, rights, and entitlements of women farmers. Two, at the most fundamental level is society's stubborn refusal to recognize women farmers as farmers. And please believe me, it is not just crude fundamentalists who play this game or play into it. It happens at the highest levels of judiciary, involving those whose foremost duty it is to uphold the Constitution of India and the principles of equality and justice enshrined in it. In January this year, the then Chief Justice of India, S.A. Bobde, Sharad Bobde, I think the camera requested I come on, but it still isn't working. Sorry. I'm continuing with the audio. In January 2021, the then Chief Justice of India, S.A. Bobde, said in the Supreme Court, "We don't understand." This, I quote him verbatim. "We don't understand either why old people and women are kept in the protests." Please observe the use of the word kept. Old people and women are kept in the protests. Now, the learned judge was speaking from his heart and in line with his values and mindset, and I suppose the mindset of much of the judiciary. Clearly, the then Chief Justice did not see any role in protests that were of farmers and about farming. What do women have to do with farming anyway? That seemed to be his question. Well, actually, plenty. As you've already been told, 73.2% of women workers who live in rural areas work in agriculture. They are peasants, agricultural workers, and so on. Meanwhile, only 55% of male workers who live in rural areas are engaged in agriculture. And it is very telling that less than 13%, less than 13% of women farmers own land, which is an illustration of all the inequalities that you want to look at in India. The former Chief Justice of India is not alone or isolated, though. Okay? He is in the company of some highly qualified, well, highly rewarded anyway, academics who have tried to trash the idea of large numbers of farmer suicides in this country. You can even look at some of them writing in the EPW. On the one hand, they claim that farmer suicides in India are neither very high, nor are farmers in any way the worst affected group. And they point to the awful suicides graph of young rural women. And it is an awful graph. Now, anyone in this audience can see the first contradiction. You don't compare a gender and an occupational group unless somewhere in your challenged intellect, there is an assumption that women and farmers are mutually exclusive groups, right? You know, young women suicides are high, and they are higher than farming. Many of those young women are farmers. There is a second, no less great failure of intellect and analysis. These academics read the National Crime Records Bureau numbers of farm suicides without the faintest idea of how those numbers are constructed. There are 6 to 8 exclusions in the farmers' suicides data of the National Crime Records Bureau, of which the biggest exclusion by far is women farmers. Incidentally, those working in the NCRB are not unaware of this, unlike the privileged ignorance of some very mediocre academics. More than one statistician, more than one senior statistician who has worked there has grumbled about this to me, the exclusions. In over 2 decades of covering the agrarian crisis in the countryside, I didn't have to search or investigate this phenomenon. It kicks you in the face. Let me explain briefly what happens when there is a suicide in a farming household and the official procedure of recording it. The local constable, or if there is a major political wave brewing, then the Tehsildar himself, no less, will show up at the affected family's door. The very first thing he does, and it is a he almost always, the very first thing he does on entering the house is not to offer his condolences, but to demand patta dikao, or in Maharashtra, Sat Bara dikao, where the woman who has taken her own life, where the person who has taken her own life is a woman, even these questions may not be asked. It is automatically assumed that she is a housewife or a farmer's wife or other, but not a farmer. As early as 2003, Dr. Rama Devi, a doctor who was working at the government hospital in Anantapur district, was heartbroken when she recorded in a single year in this rural district, 360, more than 367 women and adolescent girls being wheeled into her hospital who had taken or attempted to take their own lives. She was so shaken and moved by the experience. She wrote a small book in Telugu, Chayattu, of helping hands. If I recall right, over 300 of those attempts at suicide succeeded. The point is, and what comes out in Rama Devi's book, almost every single one of these women and girls was a farm girl or from a farming household, more often than not, active farmers. Not a single one of them was registered subsequently as a farmer's suicide. Typically, some of them were recorded, the younger ones, recorded as student suicides, which is quite ridiculous because you'll find a lot of girls in that age group committed suicide in Andhra Pradesh during the period 1999 to 2004, 2005. These were not people who were intimidated by examinations. These were not people dropping out from fear of studies. Some of these girls were class toppers, college toppers. But as Utsa told you, in Wayanad, for instance, and very heavily in Andhra Pradesh, when the agrarian crisis came along and bankrupted all their families, who gets withdrawn first from college? The girl. I mean, even if her brother is a very mediocre student, she's going to be withdrawn to save on the cash because the family can no longer afford the fees. In the case of Wayanad, many of the girls who took their lives were registered in private nursing colleges in Mangalore, Karnataka. Yeah, so that's one way of, these are not student suicides in the sense you understand them. These were very good students. They were not intimidated by exams. In the FIRs, many are just put down as farmers' wives or farmers' sister or farmer's daughter. This, as I learned every day since 2000 and odd, was and is frighteningly common. The police understanding and definition of who is a farmer is actually very different from the census definition of main cultivator. In the census, there is actually no the census definition does not of main cultivator does not specify gender or age or size of holding. But the police do not follow the census as a manual, nor even a more enlightened one that definitions of it that exist. They make their own manual. If it's a woman, it cannot be a farmer. Now, all those very large numbers of women farmers' suicides are pushed into other columns in the ADSI reports. ADSI, there are two reports that the NCRB puts out or is supposed to put out each year. Some years they don't for political reasons. ADSI is, one of course is the famous crime in India. The other is the accidental deaths and suicides in India report of the NCRB. A single glance at the columns of farm suicides will show you how absurd the phenomenon of women farmers' suicides gets. Can anyone in this audience guess which are the best states to be women farmers? The best, well, actually, maybe arguably the best places in the world to be women farmers? If we go by the NCRB numbers, Haryana and Punjab, because in these states, for long periods, year after year, the number of suicides by women farmers is zero. It's such a great place. These are such great places. Not a single woman farmer takes her life. There is a 7-year stretch in one decade where there are almost zero suicides. But a look at all categories of women's suicides in the same states shows that the numbers in those other columns are exploding. Essentially, they've shoved the corpses into other categories. This also happens with other groups, not just women, but women are the largest number to whom this happens. So you'll see the housewives and student suicides, spilling over with the large number of suicides. And the women farmers will be fractional across the country, some 12% or something like that. But in Punjab and Haryana, many years there were zero. Beyond that, okay, now I'm, well, so much for the impact of how the numbers and how officialdom and how the machinery absolutely play down, sideline, and to use a wrong word perhaps, bury the women farmers' suicides. We have no understanding in this country of the scale of that because you can't disaggregate them from the other categories, okay? It's not possible. There's too many. I also am frequently asked, and this is the second part of what I'm saying, do the farm laws that we now have, do they have any specific impact on women? Well, of course, I mean, if we are arguing that for recognition of women farmers as farmers and saying that they are farmers, which they are, it means that anything that affects any farmer will affect the women farmer, perhaps worse in some ways. But that's not the main point I'd like people to understand here. It will affect them because the corporate takeover of farming is going to do to women what it does to them in other sectors under corporate control. But what you really need to understand about the farm laws is that those three laws are not just about farmers, male or female. They affect every single citizen of the country. Now, there are others who are going to talk to you about the technical, about the clauses related to farming, but I want to show you very briefly that the farm laws affect every single citizen of the country, and the clauses that are relevant to that are being introduced in every other law now forthcoming. There are clauses in them, for instance, in the what we might call the APMC Act, or the more long-winded official term, Farmers Produce Trade and Commerce Promotion and Facilitation Act 2020. Listen to these clauses, clauses 13 and 15. No suit, no prosecution, or other legal proceeding shall lie against the central government or the state government or any officer of the central government or any officer of the state government or any other person in respect of anything that is done in good faith or intended to be done under this act. One, you have removed the right of legal remedy to every citizen in the country. Two, you have annulled Article 32 of the Fundamental Rights of the Constitution of India, which is about the right to legal remedy, the right to legal redress, that without which you have no system. Okay. Second, 15, clause 15 of the APMC Act. No civil court shall have jurisdiction to entertain, no civil court will have jurisdiction to entertain any suit or proceedings in respect of any matter, the cognizance of which can be taken and disposed of by authority empowered by this act or by rules made thereunder. Who are those authorities? At the best, the collector might sit in, but it will be Naib, Tasaldar, sub-collector, local petty bureaucrats. Yeah, and they are going to hear your disputes against Ambani and Adani. We are not able to have that confidence, even when it's judges of higher courts. But look at the second thing that has been done here that affects everybody. You have converted a law executive. You have converted the executive into a judiciary. You have debarred civil court jurisdiction. Incidentally, by the way, that destroys the danda of all lawyers and vakils, because district courts, the maximum business comes around issues of land, farming, agriculture, disputes of that kind. Now, you are, in fact, the Delhi Bar Council wrote to the President of India, saying this is a terrible thing you're doing. It's going to have a devastating effect on the district courts. But come back to the point. You've converted the executive, a low-level executive, into judiciary. You've given them the powers of the judiciary. Two, you've barred the actual judiciary from intervening on any laws, any challenge to these laws. And three, you have not only, look at these words, you can't challenge anything done by any person in respect of anything done which is done in good faith or intended to be done. Not only are you granting these people immunity for the crimes they have committed, you are granting them immunity for crimes which they are yet to commit. But look at the Contract Farming Act, the Farmers Empowerment and Protection Agreement on Price Assurance and Farm Services Act, blah, blah. Clause 18, no suit, prosecution, or legal proceeding shall lie. Same. Clause 19, no civil court shall have jurisdiction to entertain any suit or proceedings. Now they have begun to, now I need to tell you a couple of things. Clauses of exclusion exist in a large number of laws and always have from colonial times. But they got watered down in subsequent decades, and never have they been this sweeping. This kind of exclusion is extraordinary. Now they are inserting these clauses with bells and whistles on in other laws. Guess which one is the first law after the farm laws to introduce these clauses with the nastiest clause, additional clause that I can think of? Karnataka's amended cow slaughter bill. I mean, they introduced it as a new bill. Clause 17 of the cow slaughter bill. Now an act, sorry. 17, protection of persons acting in good faith. You're not protecting the farmer, the livestock owner, nothing. Protection of persons acting in good faith. No suit, prosecution, or other legal proceedings shall be instituted against the competent authority or any other person exercising powers under this ordinance for anything which is in good faith done or intended to be done, blah, blah. But here is the killer clause in 16, clause 16 of the Karnataka Cow Slaughter Act. Persons exercising powers under this ordinance, read Bajrang Dal VHP, persons exercising power under the ordinance are deemed to be public servants. All persons exercising power under this ordinance shall be deemed to be public servants within the meaning of Section 21 of the Indian Penal Code. Just imagine, so tomorrow, those who lynched Aflaq Khan or dozens of others, will claim protection that they were acting in good faith, in public interest, whatever. And that's only one of the problems. So much for the farm laws, because the other aspects, the farming things, I'm sure I see that there are people lined up who have much more to say. Now, I'm going to check with you, Ishita, if the slide share is working, okay? Please
Yes,
tell
it is working. Yes, it is working.
But just see if it's working from my end, because my
Yeah,
camera.
just you made the co-host, so it's working.
So
Should
let me.
work.
I'm going to talk about the flagship program of this Modi government, a program which they call the flagship program in agriculture. And by the way, the best analysis of this came in 3 lines from a woman farmer in Tamil Nadu, who in a TV debate blew away all the experts in a couple of lines, which I'll tell you about. But have a look. Are you able to see this?
Yes, we are.
Yes, Sainath, it's clear
Yes,
now.
yes,
Thank
right,
you. Thank
clear.
you.
Great. Now, let me tell you very briefly that in the first 24 months of this program, which involves an amount of public money much larger than, I'm getting some echo. Could somebody mute their mics, please? Yeah. In the first 24 months of this program, the amount of public money involved in just the first 24 months is much larger than the Rafale deal. And in the 4 years of the program, the amount of public money that has gone to corporations is twice the amount. I mean, it's the amount of money involved is twice the amount of the Rafale deal, which was 58,000 crores. Also, this program is conducted on extraordinary principles, violating the basic fundamental principle of indemnity.
The slides are not changing.
Okay, I'm changing them in a moment, which is based on the basic principle of indemnity of insurance. Now, the reason I just didn't want to go to the slide was I was wanting to tell you that this insurance program is based on what is called area-based approach. Okay, and farmers are units. So in some states, units are mandals or blocks or panchayats or whatever. Now let's take a unit, a hypothetical unit. 100 farmers with a combined holding of 190 acres. I've made rough hypothetical calculations on Maharashtra's paddy yields, okay? 100 farmers with a combined holding of 190 acres. 90 are small farmers holding 1 acre each. 10 are big irrigated farmers owning 100 acres between them. This is your unit of farmers. Now, those 90 small farmers harvest on average 8 quintals of paddy each, or 720 quintals in all. Okay. The 10 big guys who are irrigated farmers, they get yields of 15 quintals each per acre, or 1,500 quintals total between them. In other words, the total yield of this group of unit of 100 in the area-based approach is 2,220 from 190 acres. Now the threshold yield, which is on what the compensations are based, the threshold yield is the 5 years, best 5 years of the preceding 7 years. Okay. So, and you get compensation when the yield falls to less than 70% of the threshold yield. Now, crop yield averages are taken, as I said, from the best 5 of the last 7 years. That's your threshold yield. Look at this game. When collecting the premium, the crop insurance scheme treats farmers as individuals. You individually pay your premium, but it treats them as a group when paying out compensation in what is called an area-based approach. For premiums, they are individuals. When it comes to assessing claims and distributing compensation, they become a group, but not an equal or homogeneous one. There is a heavy dose of class discrimination thrown in. Area-based approach means Maharashtra, block, or mandal here, actually in Maharashtra, in another state, a panchayat. Basically, it means some revenue units or cluster of villages in a district. Yeah. Now, it is not the average yield of the farmer that counts, but of his or her unit. So for our 100 farmer unit, the average combines yields of 2 very different groups. The average of 10 big guys, irrigated farmers, 15 quintals per acre. The average of 90 small farmers, 8 quintals per acre. Small guys average, tomorrow there's a drought. I mean, Beed or Osmanabad would be great examples though the crops are different. Small guys average drops from 8 quintals to 3 in a drought. It falls to 270 quintals. But the big ones being irrigated suffer no loss of output. Believe me, it happens much more on a larger scale than you might believe. So they continue getting their 1,500 quintals. The unit's total is now 1,770, 9.31 quintal per acre, 450 quintals below average threshold yield. That's below normal by 29-30%. Under the revised guidelines, the loss will be compensated by making a payout to all farmers in that area or unit proportionate to the size of their land holding. So the better off farmers who may have lost nothing will collar the lion's share of the compensation. This violates the most basic principle of compensation and of indemnity because it means with no losses, you can make a profit from the losses of others. Let's say the compensation declared for the unit is 10 lakhs of rupees. The 90 small drought devastated farmers will get 5,263 rupees each. The 10 big guys will get roughly 52,630 rupees each. Welcome to the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Now, let me clarify. It is fair that the 10 big farmers who have paid much more by way of premium on 10 acres should be proportionally compensated. But the system as it stands means they can get over 52% of the total compensation, even where they have not lost a single rupee worth of crop. Okay. Meanwhile, in this system, the 90 small farmers must suffer very huge losses to get any compensation at all, more than 30%, much more. In this case, 70%. Let me tell you in conclusion, this devastating critique is from a woman farmer in Tamil Nadu. What she asked on a TV program, on a panel discussion where we had, you had insurance experts, everybody seated there. And by the way, I will tell you honestly that it's the insurance experts of the unions, of the insurance unions that undertook these calculations for me. What asked the woman farmer? If we apply this approach to life insurance or general insurance, see her answer. A woman whose husband dies would only be eligible for compensation if more than 30% of husbands in the unit also die. In vehicle insurance, it would mean 30% of vehicles in your unit must be destroyed before you get your compensation. Finally, in the first 24 months of the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, 18 insurance companies, of which 5 made losses because they were public sector companies given the worst areas, 18 insurance companies made a profit of 15,795 crores according to RTI data. That is, the companies made collectively, on average, a profit of 21 crores a day for 2 years, while 86% of claims were rejected. Now, 7 states have disassociated themselves from the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. The first state very politely appealing that it should be allowed to have its own program was Mr. Narendra Modi's own state of Gujarat, which in July 2019 wrote to the center asking that the scheme be made voluntary. Okay, so that is your Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. Every program that is coming in farming is consolidating corporate power over agriculture. Every program that is coming in farming is in fact going further towards the consolidation of a corporate-led state. It is not correct that these laws were, passed in parliament. They were rammed through in the Rajya Sabha by suspending 8 members of rival political parties by the deputy chairman, and then passing it on a voice vote. Incidentally, there is no provision for a voice vote on such things. You can only have a division of vote. You can have a voice vote asking for an extension of the lunch hour and stuff like that, but not for central legislation like this. And it is central legislation on a state subject. You have no option but to fight for the withdrawal of these laws and a reversal of the, you need to be fighting against corporates and corporate agriculture as a whole. This, the farmers sitting at the gates of Delhi have understood and are telling us. That look at their slogans. It includes Ambani, Adani in every other second slogan. I think this is what we need to understand. And this is why we need to support that struggle to get those farms laws repealed. Thank you.
Sorry, my audio is now. You can hear me. Yes.
Yes.
So thank you, P. Sainath. We listened to him as we used to listen to him. We are very thankful to you for raising some of these direct results of these firm laws and how exploitative it has been to the farmers and marginalization of the female farmers more and more. I think we have no questions in the chat box, but only some comments. So we go away. What do you think, Ritu and Shruti? We go away, Ritu, we will go away with this Q&A. And with a great thanks to you both, Sejal and P. Sainath, Sejal Dand and P. Sainath. Ravi joined, but he had to leave. So maybe Ravi, if he feels okay, he will be joining in later on in the day.
Yeah.
We have another session. I think that is better. We take a 10 minutes break, I think now, and for the next session, which is from the Voices of the Field, we take a 10-minute break.
Yeah, or shall we continue? What do you all feel?
I think a break, a 5 minutes break.
Okay,
will do.
fine.
5
Correct.
minutes.
Okay,
Because
yeah.
a 5 minutes break. Our next session was at, in any case, it was at 12:40. So it will be at 12:40. It will be at 12:46 or, yeah, 47 now.
Okay.
12:47.
All
So Vibhuti, you will be taking over the next session. Vibhuti, will chair the next, moderate the next session. I think we can take a 5 minutes break and then come back.
All right.
So that is on Voices from the Field. We did have, uh, we have an elaborate discussions, and it's just a starting. We started on many things to discuss in the academics. Some voices from the field should come and enter into the discourse and change
Absolutely.
the discourse. you know there has to be movers and shakers, otherwise you can't go on. So otherwise you are
Yeah.
stopped.
Or what we say, the, very tight link between academic research, advocacy, and action. Those are really,
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
So that was the intention of this half half a day. I think it's a quarter of a day webinar. So with this, we
5 minutes.
pause for, I think it's a 5 minutes pause. We don't stay, we break. We never break from these kinds of things. It goes on. So a 5 minutes pause, and then it is over to Vibhuti. Yes, Vibhuti. So we come back after 5 minutes. Shruti, would you share our poster in the meantime? Would you share it in the screen so that
Yes, yes, I'll just do that. I'll just do that.
Vibhuti, please start. No, we passed the time.
Yes, I think we should start. Vibhuti? You're on mute, Vibhuti. Yeah.
Yeah. So good afternoon, friends. Now we have this session on field experiences. We have three panelists, Professor Ram Kumar from School of Development Studies of TISS. He's a member of Planning Board of Kerala, and he's in charge of agriculture, allied services, land reforms, cooperation, irrigation, flood control, tourism, sports, youth services, and skill development. He has always been consistently a supporter of farmers' movement. Second panelist is Dr. Soma K. Parthasarthi, a veteran feminist who is a member of National Facilitation Team, NFT of Makam, and she has been active in the women's rights movement for over 3 decades. And our third panelist is Ms. Navsharan, a prominent advocate for women's rights throughout South Asia. She has researched and published extensively in informal sector workers and also as women workers. She was working with International Development Research Center earlier, and now she works full-time for Farmers Struggle. During 70s and 80s, the focus of women in agrarian sector was mainly on land rights, EGS, guaranteed minimum wages, equal pay for equal work, control over common land and forest resources. We also remember our solidarity action for the 2 public interest litigations filed in Supreme Court of India by tribal women activists Laru Janko in Singhbhum and Bhuribai and Dagibai in Dhule, and after that also, before that also, Bodh Gaya movement had also highlighted the question of land rights. And I think Sejal has given us a very lucid and chronologically effective profile of how the women have articulated their problems. And currently we see that there is a slogan of Makam, recognize, empower and support women farmers, has been echoing in several states and in several mobilizations of farmers. So it is in this context that I would first like to ask Dr. Ram Kumar, that in what way has farmers' movement over last 2 decades included women farmers' concerns in their struggles, and what are the interstate variation you see in women farmers' involvement in the agitation? Over to Professor Ramakumar.
Thank you, Professor Patel. I just wanted to ask how much time I might have to speak.
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this panel, though I'm not sure how deserved that invitation is. But I must begin by thanking the IAWS, its office bearers, for organizing this very important meeting and also inviting me to speak. We live in an era where the involvement of women in the ongoing protest movement by farmers has been deeply inspiring for all of us. Their participation has been unprecedented. It does not have a precedent in the sense that we have never seen this much participation of women in farmers' movements happening far away from their places of residence, and that is something which is to be enormously welcomed. The role of women in agriculture is what we are discussing today. There are a set of facts from where I would like to begin with, and then I shall get into the question that Professor Patel posed to me directly. What is a well-known fact is that the role of women in agriculture is largely invisible. The role of policy then and of movements to fight for is to visibilize the women who work in agriculture. Women do not own land in rural areas. They do not get to decide the cropping pattern in rural areas whenever they have land. In fact, for those of us who work on the field, a very interesting moment in our field work is the extent to which wives in peasant households argue with their husbands as to how many rows of tur should be there in the field, which is planted with cotton. Should there be a row of tur after 3 rows of cotton or 5 rows of cotton? And the man in the household would want 1 in 5, but the woman in the household would want 1 in 3, because that's what comes to the house as food. But she hardly wins the argument, and husbands mostly have their way. They also do not get to directly access the revenues that flow from agriculture, because the man largely handles that revenue. They also do not have any autonomy in deciding how the surplus from farming, if any, is disposed of. And finally, they do not get to access credit also, because land is not in their name and banks ask for land as collateral. But at the same time, on the other hand, if you see, a considerable part of labor in agriculture is handled by women, is undertaken by women. A large share of the family labor that we see in cultivation is contributed to by women. And this is particularly true also for animal husbandry, fisheries, and so on, where the invisibilization is far more than you see in agriculture. And that has to do with the way our official agencies define work itself. Female agricultural laborers play a very important role in cultivation, apart from farmers who own land. When men migrate to urban areas for work, it is women, despite the fact that they don't have ownership in their name, take over cultivation and take care of the cultivation practices in their family farms. When husbands commit suicide as farmers, these women are denied compensation in many ways. And when they themselves commit suicide in many places, nobody is given compensation, primarily because the land was never in the woman's name. That's something that Sainath and others have spoken about earlier. They also do not have the benefits of any social security scheme in the rural areas, primarily because we don't have any social security scheme worth the name. They don't have access to social security pensions. The access to PDS is shrinking because PDS itself has not been expanding beyond the point. They are denied benefits of schemes of the government like PM Kisan, because that is reserved for those who have land in their name in land records. Given that they are denied credit from banks, they are pushed to take credit or consumption credit largely from microfinance organizations in the private sector, who end up charging very high rates of interest and who harass in times of default and so on. A major form of employment for them in rural areas is MGNREGS, which is shrinking or simply not expanding for a long period of time. And to top it all, women are always the last to eat in the household. And that manifests itself in acute conditions of malnourishment, anemia, and so on, which is a completely different, which would require a completely different presentation in itself. So very clearly, we see extraordinary marginalization of women on the one hand. In many cases, it amounts to invisibilization, lack of recognition of their rights, are all part of the problems that we have in front of us. And I basically, for the remaining part of my presentation, I shall do two things. One, I shall focus on how farmers' organizations have taken up some of these issues. And I shall focus primarily on an organization with which I work closely, which is the All India Kisan Sabha, which in turn takes a lot of its advice from the All India Democratic Women's Association in the first place. The All India Kisan Sabha has said that there has to be 5 rights of women farmers which have to be recognized. And I think this is a very important or interesting starting point to start engaging with the government on designing policies for women in agriculture. The first is the right to be recognized as farmers and workers. Very important. And that requires that the government works on the very definition of work in the way it calculates national accounts, it sort of undertakes census activities, and so on. The second important thing is the right to land and food, which is another important right, which women in agriculture or rural areas at large do acutely require at this point of time. The third is right to livelihood activities. And there are some schemes of the government which look at livelihood activities for women directly, but they are hardly adequate or sufficient. And they have to be expanded in a big way. The fourth is right to decent work. In many cases, female wages are only half of the male wages for the same kind of work that they undertake. And these actually spill over into multiple activities related to multiple economic activities in agriculture and rural areas. And so right to decent work, right for facilities, for example, creches or childcare centers and so on, are something that will come as part of this particular demand. The fifth one is right to be free from debt. And this is yet another important problem because women across the country are victims of usurious private microfinance agencies from which they badly need rescue. And this is something that requires specific policies, not just from the government, but also the RBI, the banks, NABARD, etc., etc. So these 5 rights, as the Kisan Sabha puts forward, are, I think, a useful starting. This can be expanded upon, deepened, etc. But these are a useful starting point for demands to be made from the ground. Right to be recognized as workers, the right to land and food, right to livelihood, right to decent work, and right to be free from debt. And here we have to, while we push for different land reform policies, redistribution of land, etc., we have to insist, for example, that the women farmers or the women in the household are given joint patas compulsorily. And this is something very important because if you see an interstate comparison, I'm going to speak about Kerala for the last 2-3 minutes, but I'll take a data point from there and make that. My friend Dr. Vikas Raval from JNU has some calculations on this, where he shows that the number of households in which rural households in which the women either singly or jointly own patas along with the man in the household is only 10% in India as a whole, whereas in states like Kerala it's 32%. And this is extremely important because it expands the autonomy of the women in the household, the freedom to participate in decision making in the household. They have a stake in family wealth, and that makes a huge difference to women's freedoms. So this is something that we have to insist on every land distribution program, that joint patas should be a must. The second is there is enormous scope, for example, to expand the participation of women in agriculture, including of landless women in rural areas, by encouraging joint farming, where women get together in JLGs, as they are called, joint liability groups, and participate in cultivation in a big way. Here again, there are examples. For example, the Kudumbashri scheme in Kerala has about 68,000 joint liability groups, which cultivate jointly about 50,000 acres of paddy land in the state as a whole. And that's an extraordinary joint enterprise of women in Kerala, which has made a huge difference to the conditions in which women live and work. In addition, under Kudumbashri, there are about 28,000 women-led micro-enterprises, which employ 64,000 female entrepreneurs. Okay, this is for a state of a population of 3 crore. This is a remarkable intervention from where governments have to learn, and also movements have to base their demands on. Telling the state, look, this is possible. This has been shown to be possible and practical, and this is not something where we talk in the air or in the abstract. So that is the other thing. We need a comprehensive social security scheme for women addressing their specific needs. For example, which covers issues of childcare, which addresses issues of healthcare and nutrition, which addresses or provides them with old age pensions, for example, or widow pensions, for example. These are also very important interventions that are required. Along with my colleague, Dr. Mridul Eapen, we recently worked on a paper where we looked at the role of how the pandemic response of the state of Kerala after March 2020, how gender responsive was that pandemic response. And our work shows very interesting results. For example, we found that in terms of social security schemes that were implemented in Kerala, as you know, there are welfare boards which take care of the needs of workers there. We found that about 4 lakh to 5 lakh women were already members of different welfare boards, and they received 1,600 rupees per month. 7 months of pension was provided in advance in the month of April and May of 2020. And we found that if you look at all these welfare boards, 57% of the beneficiaries were women. and only 42% were men. And this is for all the 16 welfare boards together in Kerala. If we take some specific welfare boards, for example, Cashew Workers Welfare Fund Board, we will see that 95% of the beneficiaries are women, or the Bamboo Workers Welfare Fund, 90% are women. Right? So in many traditional industries where women predominate, 80 to 90% of these beneficiaries of these pensions were actually women. And it made an enormous difference to their lives during the pandemic and the lockdown. In addition, Kerala also has about 50 lakh people covered under 3 or 4 social security pension schemes like old age pensions, widow pensions, pensions for unmarried women above 50 years, and pension for agricultural laborers. If I add all these things together, we will find that not 57, but 63% of the beneficiaries are women in all these welfare fund board schemes. Right, and in of course in widow pensions and all, there will be 100%. But on an average, if you take all together, it will be about 63% contribution for people. So take all these activities together. There is enormous possibilities of creating a comprehensive social security scheme with a decent pension. Our demand is more than 2,000 rupees per month, and that certainly has to be on the forefront. Central government has to bear it from its budget, and this has to cover all kinds of activities where women have specific concerns in their everyday life and work. MGNREGS, we need at least 200 days of work under MGNREGS, and we also need to push for specific schemes like building childcare centers or creches near to the work sites of MGNREGS. They have to be part of the budget of MGNREGS. That's how you have to make these policies more gender responsive, may I say. Non-farm enterprises, I have mentioned the example of Kudumbashri. There is still enormous scope under different schemes of the government to expand upon the participation of women in these schemes. Non-timber forest products. In many tribal areas, women depend a lot on the collection and marketing of these products. There is no minimum support price, or there is no mandi for any of these non-timber forest products. And we need to also push for stable markets and remunerative prices for non-timber forest products on which women depend a lot in rural areas, particularly in the fringes of forests and so on. Yet another scheme which has actually large-scale advantages or general advantage, but which actually matter for women enormously, is expansion of toilets and drinking water in villages. That is something which is a fundamental feature which is denied. Anyone who has spent some time in villages doing field work and so on would recognize the extraordinary restriction of freedoms that women face because of absence of toilets and drinking water, the extent of the violations of dignity that happens on a regular basis because of these the absences in the rural areas. They have to be part and parcel of these have to be universalized in rural areas, and that they should be a part of these social security schemes that we are talking about. We should include women expressly as beneficiaries of debt relief schemes, of compensation schemes, etc. Women farmers, when they commit suicide, have to be ensured compensation, just as the death of a male farmer would fetch the household. Finally, specific attention needs to be given to women-headed households. And that's a category that our policy simply does not recognize as a reality. We need special attention in the sense of providing them or ensuring them at any cost free food, free jobs, free education, free health, etc. And that should be a very specific scheme for women-headed households, which we need to ensure. And I took the example of Kerala in the middle of my discussion because it has been shown that it is possible. It does not require enormous amount of resources, etc. But it just needs political will to implement more gender responsive policies. And we have seen that during COVID, and it is possible for many other states also to do the same. And that's precisely that movements of farmers, movements of women have to pick up on and amplify, demonstrate as real possibilities. Whether another world is possible is a long question, but certainly a better world is possible in the short run. Let's all join together in that fight. Thank you very much. You're
Thank
muted.
you, Professor Ramkumar, for highlighting the most important, those 5 rights of women, and also coming up with giving us the picture of the best practices which the Kerala has followed. But I think I would like to supplement that Kerala's social sector budget is also very, very high as compared to others, where everywhere it is shrinking, by Kerala. What is the source of 30% landholding by women in Kerala, so that we can take up in Q&A. So now I would like to ask our second panelist, Soma K. Parthasarthi. Can you explain challenges faced by women in the commons-based economic activities for production, and what are their prospects in the current policy scenario? And in microfinance, how do you see the role of women as debt managers? Over to Soma. Yeah. Hello, Soma. Okay, please.
Thank you so much, Vibhuti.
Yeah.
Can you see my PPT?
No, we can't see. So you have to share.
Yes. I've done that.
Now we can see.
Okay. So thank you and good afternoon, everyone. Such a delight to meet everyone in the midst of COVID times, yet we keep connected and try to keep the rigor in our research, in our activism, in our policy analysis. So wonderful opportunity. I'll start by talking about what it is that we have been trying to do. What are the issues that are paramount that need to be addressed, especially for women producers in the commons context? And I start with this frame of a poster from the forest policy campaign that we had in 2019. And you see many signatures on this as a reminder of the solidarity and the strength that we are trying to build in the voices of women from the grassroots.
Excuse me, Shoma, can you make it full screen?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I can. 1 minute. Is it full screen now?
No, it's here. You have to take it.
Yeah.
Yes, now it is full screen.
Okay,
You can see your post. Yes, thank you.
Right, I'll come back to it. So to start with, let's talk about who these women are that we are talking about, who are the agricultural laborers. They're not only the agricultural workers and farmers, they're also the backbone of the livelihoods of our economic system, of our systems of well-being. They're in the forest, they're in the grasslands, they're the seed collectors, they're the eco-regenerators. And these clips from a film from our sisters in Dongaria Kond community and in the pastoral lands of Rajasthan give you a very good overview of what they're trying to say. The women are talking about the economy as connected to the ecology, and that within the ecology rests the whole system of well-being and of survival, subsistence. And subsistence is an issue which the economy in the capitalist mode often likes to ignore because it's constantly pushing at the market-based economic systems. While everybody is engaging with markets, there is a particular capitalist view of how the markets must function to extract whatever produce comes from the market and sell it back to you as the producer. And the women themselves are representing a voice that is not in sync with this and is therefore often being ignored, invisibilized, and marginalized, as Sejal and Dr. Ramkumar and Sainath have so eloquently represented. So women see the natural resources on which livelihoods and economic activity depend, not only as that produce that every economist talks about, but also as the biological mother, as the root that gives them food, as the means for self-sustainability, as well as the basis for eco-regeneration and subsistence for their future generations. Our efforts have been directed hugely at enabling women to claim the rights to these economic resources that ensure their well-being, but also to visibilize women as workers, as well as to visibilize the work that women do as subsist and the systems they follow to subsist within the economy, even as it prevails today. Dr. Utsa Patnaik has highlighted the fact that the economy seems to be just claiming people's labor and lives almost in new forms of slavery and in new forms of colonization. But the systems of subsistence, however, are what has sustained our economies in the rural areas. For 70% of the farmers were women. The whole system of subsistence is really what's kept them going, especially in the times of COVID. And it is the subsistive economy that is trying to be, that the economic masters today are trying to capture, so that extractive development, fortress and militarized conservation, as well as industrialized agriculture become the norm within which people become not only producers, but also consumers and buyers, so that the market can manipulate their consumption as well as their survival based on its needs for labor as well as for consumers. I'd like to first point to some of the issues that we've been chasing in terms of state policy contradictions. And since I work much more intensely with the issues of the commons and with the forest rights issues within Makam, I'll highlight some of those, although the Farm Acts have been mentioned and contract farming is a big part of what the state is trying to push into the economic sphere. We know that contract farming has never worked in the interests of the poor. And yet we see that this is being posited against community needs and practices. So you declare certain forms of agriculture as prioritized, needing incentives to become clusters of production, such as the cotton clusters that have been proposed, and the capture of women's labor through the process of the FPO formation. And we know that much of the labor, even within the FPOs, is being performed by women, but very little of what is actually being earned from those economies seldom goes back for women. The other issue that was mentioned is about crop loss. And the crop loss is not only due to climate, which is an issue we haven't really touched today, due to climate and factors and the nature of production itself, which makes people more vulnerable in these times, but also issues like animal attacks and commercial forestry, which are denying people the rights to their land. But on the other hand, introduction of insurance scams, such as those that Dr. Ram Kumar mentioned, and forest protection by military means, which is causing people to be dislocated from their lands. These are huge issues for the farmers, for women producers at the community level to even keep their own hearts burning, let alone generate surplus. The whole issue of CAMPA, for instance, which is something I'd like to foreground here. CAMPA is compensatory afforestation for land which is diverted from the forest. And what the state is doing in the name of compensatory afforestation is to take over even Podu lands that communities have been cultivating for centuries, and instead put those under plantation forestry, to take away the resources that communities have been using for their own survival and to sustain for the survival of all species, are now being divested from the communities and taken into the land banks. So the state, in collusion with the corporate and the regimes of corporatization, is really instituting processes of land grab through the land banks, which were ostensibly to create banks of surplus to be redistributed. The redistribution is no longer being done in the name of the poor. It is actually in the name of development. And the way the state articulates its agenda in the climate debates also, in terms of looking at careful processes of industrial development and careful planning, is what they are positing themselves as saying. In the recent convention on biodiversity, the Indian spokesperson there mentioned this, which is clearly indicating that the concern for communities, their survival and subsistence, and their access to resources is the least of the concern. It is profit, profiteering, and enabling profiteering, which seems to be at the center of the process. We've been also trying to foreground some of the issues related to access to natural resources. Dr. Ramkumar mentioned NTFP, access to NTFP produce. We've been trying to bring communities together to form solidarities to be able to collect NTFP. And on the other hand, we have state policies such as the Vandhan, which certainly provides a living wage for communities, but takes away from them the very resources on the basis of which they can collectivize. So these are issues, while we are also working with the Vandhan, and many of our groups are also contributing to the Vandhan process, which is a scheme of the Government of India, Department of Forests. We are also questioning it because it denies communities the rights to decide about when and how much of their produce they want to sell and whether they want to convert it to other uses. And this whole juggernaut of microfinance, which Vibhuti has asked me to talk about, I'd be very happy to do that at some point. But the way that it is panning out means that there is greater incentive for the microfinance industries to invest into SHG processes, into FPO processes, into community-based NTFP processes, but to profit for itself while leaving very little options for the communities, because the rates of interest, the forms of organizing, as well as the processes of organizing can be highly extractive unless there is a level of consciousness and awareness to deal with these market-led commercial instruments that we see happening. In the case of Kerala, for instance, the state stands as a buffer between communities and their interface with the microfinance system. But in other states, even in Kerala, we find those who are not able to access state finance and credit, and invariably many women are not able to, they're neither able to access microfinance, nor are they able to access the resources that are in their forests now. They're the ones who are collecting the grass, the wood, the fuel wood, the wild foods from their fields. But today, because of the regimes of denial of access, as well as the monetization of resources, they have very little by way of returns in their hands, because most of the middlemen and most of the institutions of the state that come in the name of enabling people to have a wage actually do not distribute the benefits. Many of the state's LAMP institutions, the minor forest produce collecting federations, for instance, do not redistribute the returns from the minor forest produce, and communities are left with only a survival wage, which is paid very late and in very small amounts. So people seldom have an ability to be able to even negotiate that. What is the cost of violence that is happening on the communities through the denial of rights and through this kind of process of denial of access to their resources is something that is yet to be monetized. The violence that is perpetrated is invariably on women's bodies, on women's labor. Our sisters in the sugarcane fields have been trying to raise these issues in Maharashtra. Similarly, our sisters in Chhattisgarh and in Telangana and in Uttarakhand have been saying that apart from denying us our resources, this kind of violence is actually challenging our own position as citizens with rights to the resources and to the decision-making processes in our communities. And this is what that we've been trying to represent here. You see these women who participated in a process of documenting their wild foods and the minor forest produce from their forest areas, representing their issues to the minister in Chhattisgarh. We made representations to the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, but we find that the ministries themselves are not talking in sync. And when they talk in sync, the Ministry of Tribal Affairs is treated as subservient to the Ministry of Forests and Environment, because the profiteering motive is driving the Ministry of Environment's agendas to a much greater extent, and it dominates the whole discourse. So these are things that we've been challenging. The process of challenging these has been through collectives, through solidarity building, through capacity building and leadership development so that women represent their issues, their voices and their concerns and are able to participate, for instance, in the GPDP process, that is the decentralized planning processes in their own villages, are able to represent and to bring to light the issues that they would like to foreground in terms of policy, and also to challenge, for instance, the Forest Conservation Act amendments that are coming, the EIA amendments that are coming. We've been having discussions with the community-based groups to be able to foreground the challenges and the issues that communities are facing in the light of these proposals and to represent them to the authorities concerned. That the authorities today are not that accessible and nor are they listening to community voices is evident from the fact that in June, when we had this campaign on women's forest rights, we have been trying to meet the ministry when we gave this petition on violence against women in the forest communities. We've been trying to get an appointment, but the people in the ministries are just too busy and are not willing to enter into dialogue. The other area that we are flagging from the perspective of commons dwellers is that of their role in conservation and in managing community-based livelihoods, and to push for a small circuit economies, circular economies that are localized, that allow local markets and local communities to flourish, rather than the kind of farm gate processes that the farm policies are currently proposing. The 3 Farm Acts have proposed that there should be a free market system. What we are saying that the free market system needs to be a local market system. It needs to be managed and controlled by communities, by their own decision-making processes. Here you see from our Northeast sisters, the community-based planning and sharing of experience from different regions happening. They've looked at alternatives to protect their own forests in the form of livelihoods activities related to weaving, so that their dependency on forests in particular seasons can be diminished. Here you see, and this is one issue, the center photograph here is representing those women who have, strengthened their own forests in Jharkhand, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan. These and Maharashtra, women have been working tirelessly to restore the ecological strength of their forests and to resist from exploitation and over-exploitation, and make choices like cultivating timru instead of taking the tendu leaf because it has nutritive value. These kind of choices are never foregrounded in the discourse on policy. And instead, even those forest resources such as herbs and medicines, which has helped people enormously in the COVID times, for instance, even their access to those are denied. So the juggernaut of the economic liberalization and privatization processes and this kind of colonization is happening not only on the produce, but on the bodies of people when they are denied the access to the health resources that the forests and the commons give them. For instance, the tubers give communities the rights to the commons give people access to the tubers. In times of crisis, we know that communities depend upon the commons up to 40 to 60%. I mean, as far back as Jodha's study in the 1980s told us this, but this is not recognized, and instead a lot of the infrastructure is being undertaken by highway infrastructure, defense infrastructure is undertaken by diverting land from the commons. And communities have been protesting this, have been resisting this, but their voices still need to get much stronger to be able to represent their views and not be labeled as anti-national, anti-development, anti-state, and Naxal. I had a film that I would like to show if there is time at some point of the Kochi Mahagram Sabha, which is an example of what we are trying to do. Can I show this? It's for 3 minutes, Vibhuti.
Yes,
Okay,
Shobha, please go ahead. Yeah.
thank you. So this is a film of the Kochi Mahasabha, where you see that the community has organized themselves into 90 villages to be across 90 villages in one block to be able to claim the forests and to be able to manage their forests in the framework of PISA and the Forest Rights Act. And women are very much at the forefront of this process. I'll start a little ahead just to...
आम्ही जंगल रक्षणासाठी प्रति घर 6 म्हणजे एक दिवस 6 घरची निवड केली आणि प्रत्येक दिवशी आम्ही एक रजिस्टर तयार केलं. आज ह्या तारखेला कोण गेले होते सर म्हणजे 6 घर ते 9 म्हणजे हे गट तयार केले म्हणजे जंगल रक्षणासाठी. तिथे महिला आणि पुरुष आता माझ्याकडे जे माझे मिस्टर नाही राहिले तर मी जाऊ शकते आणि ते राहिले तर ते जाऊ शकतात. त्या पद्धतीने रक्षणासाठी
अभी 4-5 साल पूरा अभी जंगल नहीं जलने से वहाँ का जो जैव विविधता है अनेक प्रकार का जड़ी बूटियाँ है जैसे कि अगर से जाड़ का कोई अगर चीज अगर नीचे गिरता है तो वो भी बच जाता है. तो ये जंगल नहीं बैठने से इनका एक फायदा दिखता है.
याच्यामध्ये वाघ पण राहते आणि पिले पण राहतात. आम्ही कधी गस्तासाठी जंगल गस्तासाठी तेव्हा कधी कधी
हमारे जो ये जल जंगल जमीन तो इससे तो हमारे कई साल पहले से हमारे संबंध जुड़ा हुआ है. हमारे परंपरा जुड़ा है, रीति रिवाज जुड़ा है, संस्कृति भी जुड़ा है. हमारे खाने का उपजीविका वहाँ से बहुत से जुड़े हैं कि हम जितना खेत से अनाज पैदा नहीं कर सकते हैं उतना हम जंगल से 12 महीना हम खाने के लिए वापरने के लिए शादी बर ब्याह के लिए देवता में फूल है पाना है जिस देवी देवता को जो चीज चाहता है वो हम फल फूल सभी चढ़ाते हैं. तो वो खूब यानी नजीक से रिश्ता जो है महिला और जंगल से जो संबंध जो जुड़ा हुआ है वो अभी भी है.
जंगल जो है हम है तो जंगल है. रिक्स कहो तो कोटी भी है और बेक भी है. टुकड़ पैसे में हमको चीज यहाँ मिलता है. साग सब्जी बारिश गिरा टुकड़ भी मिलती है.
So this is the example of the nature of organization and community rights processes that we have been trying to strengthen with a gender lens so that the community institution building process is also gendered, and women's rights, women's access to resources, and women's decision-making capacities are also recognized in these processes. This is a photograph from a recent training program in Rajasthan, for instance, where these women, the new generation of women leaders are now being brought into the leadership of the Sangathanas at the grassroots level, because there has been a lot of push from the Forest Department to get communities to leave their forests and look at alternatives. Instead, what we are trying to do is to strengthen their understanding of their rights in the constitutional framework so that they can claim, they can resist, and they can challenge processes like CAMPA, which are divesting them of their resources. Here, the last thing I wanted to share is from a webinar yesterday, which highlighted the extent to which international agencies and policies, since we are looking at financialization of community-based, how communities are actually practicing agriculture. These are slides from a presentation made by this person, Nina Keller, in one of these webinars, where she spoke about how only 2 to 3% of the funding from the larger international financial agencies is actually going to ecological solutions. And if we don't invest in the agroecological solutions, and those solutions are hugely vested in the knowledge systems that women have passed on from generation to generation, then this whole process of ecological restoration, of climate resilience, and the survival of the planet, and we as species in the planet, is at risk. And it's with this thought that I'd like to end here, that how do we build our capacities, our perspectives, our resistance, our advocacy in a more effective way through our research, through our action research. We are currently engaged in action research related to the wild foods, the uncultivated foods, the nature of work that communities are undertaking. Dr. Ram Kumar mentioned the issue of low control over revenue and sharecropping decisions. Cropping decisions, these are some of the areas that we are interested in looking at, more from a research, evidence-based documentation and policy advocacy lens, so that we can undertake these to represent the interests of communities and each citizen, each person on this planet. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Soma, for highlighting very important aspect of collective endeavor of women to with regards to agrarian policies and how they are trying to pressurize the state to restructure its policies around basic livelihood resources and also the decision-making power in formulation of agriculture programs to enable the poor, including women across different social groups, to get ownership to livelihood resources, forest resources, and rightful access to government support and services. Now, I would turn to my third panelist, Ms. Navsharan, and I would like to ask you whether that ongoing farmer agitation against the 3 farm laws has witnessed massive participation of women from rural India. Kiranjit Kaur, who founded Kisan Mazdoor Khudkushi Pidit Parivar Committee, called farmers' suicide as an institutional murder, a really politically powerful statement that goes beyond 3 farm laws. What are the historical trajectories of this confident new leadership among women farmers, and what are the learnings of the research agitation, and how do you see, and what are the reasons for unprecedented transnational solidarity that has been witnessed for the first time in the current farmer struggle? Over to Navsharan.
Thanks, Vibhuti. Thank you. And thanks to the organizers of this webinar, Women in Agriculture. I think there's been an extremely rich discussion over the last 3 hours. And I know that I am standing perhaps between lunch and people, but the beauty of these webinars is that people can grab their lunch. So while I speak, so I'd like to thanks Vibhuti for these questions. And I would like to take the opportunity to share some lessons from Punjab. And I'd like to begin with field observations and how women farmers and laborers are actually located in the political economy of agrarian crisis and resistance in Punjab. Well, as we have been hearing since this morning, agrarian economies are quite diverse and sweeping generalizations are fraught. So I'm bringing details only from Punjab experience, but we can learn and draw lessons for policy and movements. And these observations are based on my engagement with movements as a researcher and as an activist. So just to say, as where you began, Vibhuti, when farmers movement began last year, a big participation of women from farming communities surprised many. Especially in the beginning, when thousands of women from Punjab came to the borders of Delhi on November 25th and 26th, and they pitched tents and started living there. It was, for many, it was quite astonishing. And if we recall, those of us who were following that movement pretty closely, they quickly picked up different responsibilities. Women in at the morcha, as they say, in the movement space, they were all over, and their role was not confined to our to our pride, that it was not confined to cooking food. They said we have come here to stay till the time the 3 laws are repealed, and we will not let anyone take away our land. And these were women who largely came from small and marginal peasantry. And soon we learned that these women are not first-time protesters. And this is the story I'd like to share with you today. What has been happening in the background and what's the context in which we saw this large mobilization of women when farmers movement began at the borders of Delhi. So in recent decades, Punjab had seen political mobilization of small and marginal farmers and agriculture labor by the unions of farmers and farm labor. And the last 1.5 decade, there have been very strong movements, many lasting over many weeks and months and even years. Where considerable majority was of women, and women were even in leadership capacities, including Dalit women. So these mobilizations have been mainly around 4 issues: against land acquisition for development projects, largely led by farmers and joined by landless, against their eviction from the villages where they live but don't have any ownership of land that they live and till. Second was the state compensation for crop failures, which has become very common and recurrent due to faulty hybrid seeds, or crops becoming resistant to pesticides. So while farmers seek compensation for standing crops they had to plow, agriculture labor seek compensation for the loss of season of employment. And at the moment when farmers are struggling at Delhi borders, there's a big agitation going on in the rural areas of the Malwa region, which is the cotton belt in Punjab, where once again cotton standing cotton crop has been attacked with the pink ball worm, and farmers have had to plow their entire crop, which also means that agriculture labor, especially women, had to forego an entire season of their employment. The third issue around which massive mobilizations have happened in the past, and you alluded to one, is the state compensation for farmers and agriculture labor suicides. And the fourth is rights of the landless Dalits over village commons, and linking it to the sexual safety of Dalit women. And I'll come to, I wouldn't have the time to go over all the 4 aspects around which large mobilizations have happened, but let me go over some details of the story of agrarian crisis post-Green Revolution, which we are all familiar with. I will not go into any details except to make a couple of points that land and labor relations changed in very profound ways in this period of crisis. And Punjab experienced reverse tendency. After 1990, the number of small holdings have been steadily declining in Punjab, and this is in direct opposition to the All India trend, where operational holdings have been fragmented. In Punjab, operational holdings have been increasing because small holders began leasing out their land and moving out of farming, and many also sold their land to larger farmers. And of those who sold the land, there are figures about 2 lakh farmers actually sold their land in the decade of 2000, and around 20% of 22% of them became wage laborers. Others started some small business. Now, what happened in this period, while men became wage earners or started other small businesses like tempo, driving, etc., women farmers were very acutely disadvantaged by this process. There were no employment opportunities in rural areas, so women from small and marginal communities went out of the labor market completely. And that's what explains such low ratios of work participation in Punjab. And by the early 90s, as we all know, Punjab plunged into a serious series of crises, which led to the question of high input costs and prices of their produce completely crashing because of the global food prices crashed, and they came under heavy debt. So the tractors, the tube wells, the seeds and fertilizers, which were all brought on credit, on the policy advice of the financial institutions, many of them international, as well as the agriculture universities. And we heard from Utsa this morning the pressure, how it has been building up post 90s. These assets became actually the millstones around farmers' necks, and they started taking their own lives. And a large number of farmers' suicides were reported between 2000 and 2015. Thereafter, they started, discontinued the data gathering, the government. Between this period of 15 years, close to 17,000 farmers and rural labor took their lives in Punjab. And as in other parts of India, the debt and crisis-induced suicides of landless farm laborers is also proportionally equal to the landed cultivators. So about 9,000 farmers and about 7,000 farm workers took their own lives in this period. And it is around this period that Punjab farm unions started mobilizing farmers and agriculture labor around state accountability for suicides. The funerals of suicide victims turned into major protest mobilizations, which were joined in large numbers by grieving women. The unions demanded farm loans and interest payments to be waived, compensation for lives lost and crops failed. And they called these, which Kiranjit picked up and said, institutional murders, policy-induced institutional murders of Punjabi farmers and laborers. And it is in these movements that women farmers were mobilized by the unions, and then women started getting organized themselves. We know when men died, farmer women who are never recognized as farmers, but had all the responsibility now to put food on the table, fight for compensation, also fight the patriarchal families in many cases, which denied ownership of husband's property to these women. It is then this young woman, Kiranjit, who had lost her father to suicide, farm suicide, started meeting other women who had lost their loved ones to suicide, and she started collecting their stories. And just as I'm always reminded of Parveena Ahangar of Kashmir, whose son was disappeared by the Indian Army, and she started collecting information from other mothers whose loved ones had similarly disappeared, and the movement grew into Association for Parents of Disappeared Persons, the APDP we all know of. Similarly, Kiranjit Kaur of Punjab formed Committee of Farmers and Labour Suicide Victim Families, Khudkushi Peedit Kisan or Mazdoor Parivar Committee, and she continues to build this network. It's now a large network with membership into several thousands, and significantly both farmers and Dalit women have been together in this fight. Though Dalit women who are largely labor, they've taken loans from private sources and they are not able to prove that the suicide is because of indebtedness, and hence they do not qualify for state compensation, but they've been fighting. They've been fighting for the recognition of their loved ones' suicides also as related to agrarian crisis in the state. So when these hundreds of these women came to Delhi's Tikri border protest site earlier this year, clutching the portraits of their loved ones, and from the pandal where they had assembled, when they held these pictures high, it was like a wave of corpses rising. It was such a powerful image which actually the world saw as women raised those. And they said that debt-ridden families have been carrying their dead on their shoulders. And with the new laws, the crop suicides will only swell. And several women from the families spoke not only from the protest stage, but also to journalists. And they said that how they embody the crisis which inflicts the farming communities today. So this is one aspect where a large mobilization of women has happened. And let me turn to the second issue very quickly, which is the landless women's story. Land is a very critical resource for laboring families in ways that have changed over last few decades. So Jat landowners' control over land has stiffened in Punjab. They've also used their social, political, economic clout and leveraged their position to gain control over the commons as well. So we'll not go into the details on how religion, caste, and political power was used to reinforce this control, and I leave it for a separate discussion another time, but it's been a process which actually pulverized the rights of the landless. It's been a very violent takeover of land in Punjab. But important for this discussion is that lower caste landless rights over commons completely slipped away in this period. So when this control over land went away, it not only enhanced landowners' returns and their power, it simultaneously increased the vulnerability of the landless. They were now more dependent on landlords for employment, for fodder for their cattle, garbage disposal, and for the use of fields for relieving themselves. Many still don't know that there is toilets in Dalit households is still a luxury in a large proportion of rural households in Punjab. And they have to relieve themselves in the fields where they were, fields don't belong to them, and they are shamed and humiliated in these fields. And also the threat to sexual safety of women who are in highly dependent, vulnerable relationship also heightened. It's again a significant aspect, but for another day. Further, the changes in the land use for development projects, the broadening of roads, the building of large flyovers, etc., again marginalized the landless, for not only their employment shrunk with land diverted from cultivation to development projects, they also lost homes because they didn't have any land to stay there. And this shrinkage in employment actually turned agriculture labor into perennial casual labor, forcing the men to go out to towns and cities to seek casual employment. And but there's acute lack of any opportunities for women who ended up in extremely low paying, back-breaking odd jobs in the village. And contrary to triple workload references we've been seeing in literature, in my conversations, every time it's the lack of work they stressed, including saying that our joints are stiff because of not working. So another part was dairy, an important income generating activity was lost because they did not have any space to tie their cows or grow fodder. Also important to now the last point about that rural women, especially Dalit women, have been completely written out of policy in post-Green Revolution discourse. Punjab Farmers and Labour Commission produced 10 comprehensive reports from time to time, from the time it was set up in mid 2000. Not a single report talked about women farmers, women laborers. And all these reports were on how Green Revolution, how crisis was impacting farmers. They were done by well-known economists. Only now, when some of us actually upped our critique and we started rebuking the commission openly, that they commissioned a couple of studies. So women have experienced complete neglect and total stagnation in their employment and wages, unable to get employment in farm operations, as even jobs which men have vacated as they migrate to cities do not come to women. The farm work which men and women do are very different in Punjab, and there's a very strict gender divide in tasks. Agriculture labor is still very scarce, but women are almost entirely out of operations associated with wheat crop. They find rice planting at times for only a very few days. And as we know, 85% of holdings in Punjab are under wheat and paddy. So out of the 85% holdings work, women have been completely outed. And there are only in cotton picking, which is yet not mechanized, that they find some work. Vegetable and citrus growing belt generates some additional days of wage work, and some Narega work. But together, it does not add up to more than 150 days in a year. And this includes all labor. And in all different regions of Punjab, the employment actually ranges between 90 days to 150 days, depending on the crops that are grown. So women are not only landless and assetless, they represent the most marginalized section of agriculture wage workers in Punjab, and livelihoods, a life of dignity and freedom from tyranny rest on being able to obtain control over some land, and they've been fighting for it. So the last point is about the control over the commons through auction is one of the few survival options that landless women have been pursuing. And for the last several years, especially since around 2008, landless Dalits in Punjab have fought to gain control in village common land, and which has been taken away from them. Currently, only 3.5% of Punjab's private farmland belong to Dalits, who make up for 32% of population. And in these struggles for control of land, women have been at the forefront. They've been getting unionized and staking claim. And at the moment, the largest union of agriculture worker, ZPSC, Zameen Prapti Sangharsh Committee, has now successfully got lease of large tracts of panchayati land, a third of which is auctioned every year to farming communities, Dalit farming communities. And they are cultivating it collectively. So this is the first cooperative farming experiment in Punjab, which is being led by Dalits, and over 100 villages in Punjab are at the moment in this farming. So what are the lessons from Punjab? I just am going to say 3 bullet points. First, write women back into policy, write women back into history of farm movements, and mobilize women who are impacted by agrarian crisis in very different way. I think women's participation in the ongoing farmers' protest movement has added a whole new dimension to the movement. Women have brought with them their experience of being landless, having lost husbands, and their experience of fighting against violence and impunity, which is granted to sexual violence. When women joined the farmer movement's claims on the state have expanded. And the movement, I must say, I'm a close watcher, is no longer only about government protection through minimum support price. The experience of women have added to the demands of farmers who are now seeking land to the landless, guaranteed minimum wages for farm labor, and equal wages for women in farm operations. Finally, we'll just say that importance of building solidarity, which has been coming up in this webinar, starting with what Utsa left it at, that importance of building solidarities and expanding our movements, women's movements, farmers movement, labor and petty traders, and TKK Mazdoor, and building the linkages where they come together to fight the assault on working people's rights, which has been happening section by section, community by community. So it falls on many of us, the farmers, the women's movement, and other unions to actually build joint coalitions and see how these policies connect us all. We know that Navdeep Kaur tried doing this. She was arrested, was custodial torture she had to go through, but she was the one who started saying that 3 farm laws equally affect the industrial labor. I think I'll end with this. Happy to answer any questions, and thank you very much for this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Sharon, for giving such a vivid picture of the collective endeavor of women, an extremely powerful profile of what has been happening at the ground level, and also bringing the issue of intersectionality, that how Dalit women have also have been at the forefront of cooperative farming, and many best practices that have come up, and showing that the whole dynamics of the participation over last 1 year has completely changed the kind of perception, demands, and the future course of the struggle which these women are going to shape. So I think I would like to thank all 3 panelists who have brought in or linked macroeconomic policies along with the kind of impact it has had at a ground reality, and fighting for 5 rights of women in terms of food security, employment, social security, land rights, forest and rights over forest resources, and also highlighting and fighting against the systemic violence. I would like to thank Makam Feminist Policy Collective as well as IWS I represent. So for having such a erudite and powerful panel. There is one question, I think, which is addressed to Dr. Ram Kumar by Mirabel Ayuddin, that what are the sources of this 30% landholding by women in Kerala?
This is an analysis based on the National Family Health Surveys conducted every 5 years. And this is something that Dr. Vikas Raval of the JNU has put together in a paper. I was quoting from that paper.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I don't see any other questions. So I think now we can wind up. Would anyone like to say in terms of way forward? Shoma, Navsharan, Ramkumar. Solidarity has been highlighted, but what actually you see the step by step that we can do. And how can we garner more support from the civilians and urban rural? That is my major concern, urban rural linkages and solidarity. What are the ways in which we can reach out to them to have a sustained support for the farmers' struggle? Who would like to speak? Soma, would you?
Okay, I was wondering if Dr. Ram Kumar would like to go first.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, Dr.
No, I shall wait for your words. I mean, I will come maybe later.
Okay.
Okay, from our perspective in Makam, I think it's very important to push this agenda of visibilizing women farmers, but more importantly, their concerns. And how we do that has to be a multi-pronged strategy and has to bring in actors from different fields, I believe. It has to be the activists leading with their voices at the front, the communities and their activisms, and with support from the NGOs, from the people's movements and organizations. But we have to invest much more in that kind of documenting the evidences and the articulations of communities to foreground them in this age of multimedia. I think that is imperative. The old forms of research, the bastions of that research, which are informing too much of policy discourse in kind of manufactured data, needs to be challenged with this fact and evidential kind of documentation. To do that, I think we need much more investment in the kind of institutions that communities are building. So any form of doing that in solidarities and collaboratively is definitely called for, and this is something that international organizations have been flagging. But one sees even now a welfarist approach from those who were involved with us in the relief and collaborated in extending services to communities, for instance, during COVID, are very reticent to invest in collaborative strengthening of collectives to actually take more of a voice and claim the resources to be able to cultivate them, as Navsharan was describing. And that needs to happen to a greater extent. Pushing institutions to respond to women has to be a collective task, again, of community-based organizations, their support groups and networks such as ours, as well as the researchers and policy analysts who are in this meeting and elsewhere. And this is an agenda that we'd be happy to collaborate on. How do we push for these agendas to be taken more seriously, to become foregrounded? For instance, in the whole climate discourse currently, there is very little visibility of women's issues, much as the UN would like to claim that the membership of the bodies that have come up, the women in the representative bodies has gone up to 8%, but the voices of women still remain one or two speakers in the entire seminar, you know. So those kind of, and which women, it's usually those who are doing the research in ivory towers without the evidences informing that research to any great extent. And the Southern voices are missing from these discourses. So I'm just flagging some of the things that I think the synergy I see here today represents what is possible in the future. And I hope that we can really work to build these agendas collectively and take those voices to the places where policy is being made, or to bring policy to the ground. I really believe that is the real important agenda, to look at transformative. You've talked about transformative finance. I think it's important to talk about transformative economy in terms of pluralizing the ways that the economy works at grassroots level, with multiple nodes and women at the center of those nodes of production, process, protection, as well as negotiation of what really needs to happen in these spaces for equitable and just economic processes. I'll just flag those. I'm sure others will have more substantive points to
I think it's very important that the rhetoric of FAO, which says that future of food sovereignty lies with women, but operationally what is happening, women are happening. But so I think in this context, Makam and Pari, they are our conscience keeper. And I think that we have to strengthen their hands and I think replicate the work which Pari and Makam are doing. Now, who would like to speak? Navsaran or? Yeah. Navsaran? Yeah.
I will just take a minute to say completely agree with what Soma has said. In addition to that, the only issue that I'll flag is for our movements. And I would like to underline that farmers' movement has actually shown us that what we've been talking about in our smaller meetings, it's possible actually to bring it to a wider stage, put it in practice. So it's the praxis of joining or seeing the oppression and its long arc. I think how in the last 1 year, different kinds of issues have been brought to the borders of Delhi on the protest stage. It's no longer about 3 farm laws, as I said, or about guaranteed MSP. Farmers celebrated various days. We had, I think, Planet Earth's biggest International Women Day celebration at the farm at the border, where the 2 demands that found over 60,000 women in one ground saying that they demanded release of women incarcerated public intellectuals. And second, they wanted to say that in spite of the onslaught of Godi media, how some women journalists have gone beyond the call of their duty to put their heads on the chopping line and yet speak truth to the power, and they hailed these 2 demands. So I think in many, many ways, as many of us have been seeing that, especially under this regime, rights of sections, communities, minorities are being repressed, but happening section by section. It was not letting the, again, a longer discussion, but they were not coming together, and we saw it, a glimpse of it in the farmers' movement, where they also sought release of public intellectuals, where they built solidarities of upper caste Jat farmers with Dalit activists, the rural communities and the poor communities in urban areas, and how their food security is collectively threatened through these laws. These were made, opened up in such wonderful, powerful manner that we see actually a silver streak in this movement. And that's why wholeheartedly we support this movement, want to see it successful and even growing stronger. So I would add these building alliances as a major component for movements.
Yes. So Professor, thank you, Navsharan, for such an important, powerful note. And now I would turn to Dr. Ramkumar. As an economist, what do you think that how can we pressurize the international financial institutions to not to take such a anti-people, anti-farmers stance like World Bank, IMF, GATT, intellectual property regime. So transnational solidarity, how can we build?
There is transnational solidarity at one level already. You see different members of parliament, etc., from different other countries supporting the farmer struggle in different ways and so on. That's one part. So we have to keep pushing, putting pressure on them is one part. But I think I'll just say three small points, and I don't want to stand between either you or the lunch or between you and Professor Madhura. But I'll just take 30 seconds. The first is, I think it is important that how much of a valuable the insights are from the ground. I myself base most of my work on field work. It is important that macro policies and their changes are considered equally important. The larger neoliberal policy framework that we follow in this country has to undergo a transformation. And that is one of the important requirements of any struggle on the ground to survive and succeed. So that is the first point I wanted to make. The second point that I wanted to make is with respect to the larger ideological influence that the RSS regime has on people's minds. Particularly through social media, particularly through other instruments of dissemination and so on. A very clear-headed attack and refutation of that ideology and women has to be formulated, and I think the most widespread dissemination of that counter campaign, may I say, is essential for the success of many of these movements. I think this is something that we have underestimated in the past, and I do not think we can penetrate into the minds of an ordinary Indian without upfront attacking the ideology of the RSS and Hindu nationalism vis-a-vis women and their rights and life. The third point I want to make is I sometimes am considered a pessimist when I say this, but I do not intend to say anything of that sort. But this role of women in the farmers' movements, farmers' movement in the borders of Delhi, it's extremely important, inspiring, and opens a door to how things could be in the future for sure. But at the same time, it is equally important for us to ensure to guard against the fact that women should not be simply instrumentalized in this struggle. Instrumentalized in the sense that they are used for a particular end, but things go back to the earlier state once the struggle is over. It's important to harvest the energy that has been unleashed by women's participation, integrated with larger demands of the women's movement and the agrarian movement, including struggles against patriarchy, and that step forward is extremely important and sensitive in the sense that there is every chance that that expansion of the agenda is scuttled by many forces in the movement itself. And I think that is something that we need to keep in the back of our minds when we look forward. This is not an argument to sort of belittle anything. I think it's deeply inspiring for at a personal level for me as well. But I think this way forward, we need to be guarded as well against these risks that we might face. Thank you.
Thank you all three panelists for bringing out very important dimensions of women's experiences at a grassroots level, national level, and also in the current farm struggle. And it was extremely insightful and educative. I know, Soma, your point on microfinance has been left out, but I think we are exceeding the time limit, so you can write in the chat box. Thank you. So over to Seema. Yeah.
So thank you, Vibhuti, and thank you, all of you actually, for those excellent two sessions. Professor Ramkumar, Navsharan, Soma, and Sainath and Sejal in the earlier, and of course the keynote address by Professor Utsa Patnaik. I think we've learned so much, and there are also so many more questions that are before us. I think from conceptual issues to organizing, feminist organizing. We've covered a range of issues, and Professor Madhura Swaminathan, who's already with us, has a job before her to conclude this very, very rich discussion that we had since the morning. And I think Professor Madhura Swaminathan, you were already there in the second session, but just to quickly brief you about the first session, we had, of course, Utsa Patnaik, who gave us a global overview of issues while highlighting the domestic contradictions, which were very, very critical, the tenant farmers issues and, the class issues at the local level, but also taking a global overview of what neoliberalism has done to the agrarian context. And she ended on a note of actually an appeal for expanding solidarity. So how across the board movements need to come together to really face some of the challenges. We had excellent presentations also from Sainath and Sejal. Sainath, of course, spoke about the question of women farmers from farmer suicide households, but also how the missing numbers or rather the missing records of women farmers who are actually committing suicides, how they get pushed into categories of housewives or students. So one of the issues that he raised was, how to visualize and ensure that there is social and economic protection for them. But he also sort of laid bare the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana and the huge scam that the Fasal Bima Yojana is. Sejal took us to some of the structural inequalities and issues of women farmers in terms of land rights, in terms of access to credit, and also laid out a charter of demands that Maqam has been speaking of for the last 6 or 7 years. And of course, you've already heard, I think, Professor Ramkumar, Navsharan, and Soma, so I will not repeat. And I think I really do not need to introduce Professor Madhura Swaminathan, but for those who are, we have many people from Maqam who are also joining from rural areas, and it would really be nice for them to know. So of course, Professor Madhura Swaminathan, she's a professor and head of the Economic Analysis Unit of the Indian Statistical Institute at Bangalore. Her career spans over 25 years, and her work cuts across issues of food security, agriculture, and rural development. So as a development economist, she's of course written extensively and served on several committees, among them, of course, the Government of India's high-level Committee on Long-Term Grain Policy and the UN Committee on Development Policy. And she's also on the board of the International Potato Center in Lima. And of course, we all know Professor Madhura Swaminathan as the chairperson of the MSSRF. Professor Madhura Swaminathan, please, without any further ado, we look forward to hearing your concluding remarks.
Thank you, Seema, as well as the other organizers for calling me in. And I'm sorry I could not join from 10 a.m. and I missed the earlier sessions. Can you tell me how long I should speak for? Because I think people may already be...
No, you have your actually, definitely 20 minutes, but we had in fact slotted half an hour for you.
But okay. I don't think I'll take half an hour. So I am not going to summarize since, as I said, we've not heard all the sessions, and also it's very rich discussion on different aspects. So, but I would like to spend a little time speaking about women and credit. And in fact, I heard that there was a question on microfinance that was not answered. So maybe, I don't know what the question was, but I'm going to speak on women and microfinance as well. But before going into that, I'm a little uncomfortable with, women, because of nurturing, are closer to nature. I thought that viewpoint had sort of been, we had gone past that. And, solidarity of women, from Dalit women to, high caste or landed women, I think all the studies we do and village studies, the huge inequality. So I always feel very uncomfortable, really, about talking about villages as, I mean, I know that was not the sense in which different speakers were using, but I'm just sharing some thoughts. Villages as communities. Villages are rife with caste and class divisions. So I think that I understand, the current struggle and how women have come together, and men and so landless, landed have come together, particularly in northern India. But I think while studying those and seeing how that has come together, that all these forces managed to come together, at the same time, we have to be a little cautious when we talk about women, solidarity among women in a community, or between men in a community, for that matter. And I would just like to flag here for some of the people listening that we have a rich database on villages. I'm going to draw on two of them, maybe for some examples. Studies, village studies, which was actually the first PARI before Sainath's PARI, called Project on Agrarian Relations in India, which we started in 2005. And we have built a database. And what comes out really, village after village, is the inequalities within villages. And I think that is a point that has, of course, come out today also, whether it is credit or whether it is landlessness, or wage workers versus others. There are huge inequalities. And this is something that I think anybody who has spent some time in rural India, this is something that hits you. That's the first issue, I think, that we have to, and it's not very easy to overcome those inequalities and say we have totally cohesive communities. This doesn't mean we mustn't struggle for it, try for experiments of collective farming, etc. But we must remember this. Now, let me turn to, this is an overall, somehow the discussion of the last couple of hours, I was getting this impression, so I wanted to clear the air on that. Coming to credit, and this was the title of the seminar, Financing and Women in Agriculture. Let me start with a policy issue and then go on to some of the facts of women and credit on the ground. And I'm drawing heavily on a paper by Dr. Pallavi Chavan. Some of you may know her from Reserve Bank of India, who has written an article on women's access to credit. I think this is sort of the most comprehensive article on women and credit in India, which was published in the Review of Agrarian Studies in 2020, and it's available online. See, when we say that women need credit, or women are the ones who are responsible for food security, managing day-to-day crisis, where do they get access to credit? Or even women as farmers, as cultivators, as tenants. The policy response from the government of India, one policy response was, okay, we will put lending to women as priority sectors. You just say banks are supposed to lend to priority sector, and under that you add, small farmers, marginal farmers. Now you add women also. But the only serious independent policy thinking for women has really been in terms of microcredit and microfinance. And the very term microcredit, that women need small amounts of loans. And of course, the definition of microcredit varies, but a typical microfinance loan, if you go to any, I'll come to that, go to any of the private financial institutions today, is 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, which is not very much to either run a farming or run any other enterprise. So women have been relegated to this idea of microcredit. That is the main policy that has been proposed for women's credit. And relatively, the idea that women in a group, and here again, I want to come to this idea of a self-help group, which I think, again, is something we have to think through a little bit. It can work successfully, it can be a kudumbashri, but there can be serious problems as well. And that's an example I want to come to. So the way microcredit started in India was banks would lend to groups of women. There was a saving component, and women would save themselves and also take small loans. Now, this was the subsidized credit coming through the banking sector. But slowly, and as many of you know who have been in the field, in the 2000s, these microfinance institutions came in. You had SKS and Bandhan and Basics, and they were just lending and getting people indebted. So they were actually forcing women to borrow and increasing the levels of indebtedness. Andhra Pradesh is a sort of classic example, to the point of serious debt, suicide, agrarian crisis, as all of you know, in the late 2000s in Andhra Pradesh. Now, following that, the Reserve Bank of India woke up a little bit to the problem and said, okay, we will regulate microfinance. So the private microfinance, which today comprises, I would say, small finance banks, NBFCs or non-bank finance companies, and what are called NBFC MFIs or non-bank finance companies / microfinance institutions. These are now regulated. So at first glance, when one looks at the credit available to women, you think, oh, it's no longer only the informal sector and the money lenders. A large share of credit is coming from the formal or the regulated, that is the banking or the financial services under the purview of the highest regulatory authority in India, which is the Reserve Bank of India. But recently, we did a study in 2 villages of Tamil Nadu, and I just want to give you an example from there. What we found is that if we count how much of credit, whether it is poor farmers, poor peasants, wage workers, it seemed as though 70 to 80% of the total credit was from the formal sector. So at first glance, this would suggest, oh, finally, the reach of cheap credit is available now to women and men from working class households, from wage labor households, from poor peasant households. But once we disaggregated this into two, the formal credit, into the public sector and the private sector, we get a very different picture. And this links up with, I think, what many of you were talking about, the neoliberal policy and the direction away from public and towards privatization. About 30–40% of this, if you say 75% of credit is from the formal sector, about 40% is from what we think of as formal sector, which is the public sector banks, the cooperatives, the regional rural banks, and the other 30% is from private sector banks, small finance banks, NBFCs, NBFC, MFI, etc. And what we found, and I'm talking about evidence from the village level, is that the type of loans given, the rate of interest is completely different, a world apart in these two. So both are in the formal regulated sector of the financial economy of India, but the private sector, all the loans they gave were high interest, collateral free, what are called microfinance loans. And there are 2 points I want to make here. Even according to the official websites of these microfinance agencies, the rates of interest were like 26 and 28% per annum. So here are the poorest in the village, and this is the rate of interest, whereas subsidized crop loan for Kisan credit card is 4% or 7%. And so this is a huge. Second, and I think just relevant to our discussion here today, is that we went, this was in Nagapattinam district in southern Tamil Nadu. We went and interviewed, I myself went and interviewed many of these agents of these NBFCs and MFIs in these towns. And we said, why do you lend to the group? And what is a self-help here? And they were very clear. Said, no, in Tamil, group is Kura. So self-help groups that have been formed for other reasons in the village or that exist, we just use them. It's just an instrument for us to lend money and to get back the money. If there's no repayment, the group becomes responsible. So it's really a of a self-help group. Now, I'm not saying all of India is like this or all groups are like this, but I think we have to be aware of the ways in which the private sector has corrupted the self-help group idea. And these loans are taken by individuals, they give it to women in the family. So in fact, I recently read a paper on Tamil Nadu by Isabel Guerin, and she says, women have access to credit. It's true. A lot of the loans are given to women because women are part of the women's self-help group. Now, and they use it mainly for household consumption purposes, and poor peasants who need money for agriculture also borrow because the microfinance lender doesn't care what you're borrowing. Here is the loan, is a weekly installment or fortnightly installment. So it's like the old money lender. You're given 10,000 a loan, but the first week itself, you have to repay 1,000 of the principal, and so on for the next 2 years. Most of these loans are for a 2-year period. And they're very happy. The microfinance institutions are growing hugely, making profits. And many of them, just like the old SKS, are getting private venture capital and so on. If you remember, SKS was listed in the New York Stock Exchange, and that became a big thing, the first microfinance company. That just means that global funds are coming in here because this is a hugely profit-making enterprise, which is at the cost of women, because it's women who are being given these loans. Now, of course, there's a balance here, and women don't have access to the cooperative loan because they don't have the patta, they don't have access to the bank loan, or women without gold jewelry don't have access to, other kinds of loans. So yes, there is an increased liquidity, increased availability of credit, but this is entirely being private sector led, and and it is fitting in with the policy of financial inclusion. So we want to include more women, we want to include more of the poor, but financial inclusion is being rooted. Apart from the fact that bank accounts are there, but when you talk not about deposits or bank accounts, but about credit, it's being rooted through the private liberalized sector, which is making huge profits. And I want to just give you one, there are one statistic from this paper, which I mentioned by Pallavi Chavan. And this is that of total, these data for 2017, and she says that of total credit that was given by the banking system, the formal system in India, women's share was 7%, men's share was 30%. But I think then she goes on to give another, perhaps more relevant ratio. She says, what is women's share of bank deposits? Because we know women have formed these groups, women have bank accounts, and women always try, if they can, to save for a rainy day, because they are the ones who are, when there are crises, they are the ones, whether it's food crisis or any other crisis, they are left coping for the whole family. So very interesting here, the ratio, the credit women got to the deposits they made was 27%, or about a quarter. Means if there are 100 crores worth of bank savings by women, only 25 crores are actually given as credit to women. Now the ratio for men was 52. I must add that this is all largely for rural women. Now, of course, there are variations by state, and India is a huge country. Whatever you say, somebody can disagree with you with evidence from some other part of India. But this is very important. So not only is the total share of credit going to women very low, and I'm not surprised because you're only giving these tiny loans to women. Second, women have, there's no doubt that in India, in terms of bank deposits, there's been a transformation. There are a huge number of bank deposits. There are a huge number of women with accounts, but the share of credit they get relative to their savings is only a quarter, a little just over a quarter. And in terms of women farming, only 26% of women cultivators had access to direct agricultural credit, that is your crop loans. given either by commercial banks or given by cooperative societies, primary agricultural credit societies, and so on. So this whole issue of credit, I would like to add, is adding further to the unequalizing tendencies in rural India. Because this analysis we have done at the village level, we find that the better off households, the capitalist farmers, the landed households, they go to the primary agricultural society and they get loans. Actually, in Tamil Nadu, if you repay within 8 months, the loan is interest-free. So they get an interest-free crop loans. Others going to commercial banks get credit with interest subvention at 4% or 7%, or the maximum 8 to 10% is what you get credit. And women who have to borrow from microfinance agencies of various kinds, microfinance loans, are getting at least 26%. Actually, effective rate of interest is even much higher, but I'll not go into that today. I'd written a piece on that in the Hindu about a week or 10 days ago on how the RBI is actually supporting the exploitation of rural poor. And I got some letters in response to that as well. But anyway, thank you, Ram Kumar. He has given the reference to the paper by Pallavi that I was mentioning. So let me conclude, and if there's any one or two question or comment I could come to that, is that this whole process of financial inclusion, and for many programs in India, women are the target group. So as they are for microfinance, for bank deposits, mobilization. So women are brought into the system, women are saving, but then the kind of access to credit that they get is very unequal, and not only unequal relative to men, but I think it's very important that the poorer the women are, the wage workers, the poor peasants, the worse off the terms of credit. And we've also looked at scheduled castes and non-scheduled castes, and there's no doubt about it that there are variations again, but Dalit households, of course, are much worse off in terms of access to credit, and not just access to the loan, but also in terms of the amount of loan that they give. So one is whether you have access, and the other is the size of loan. And the last point I want to make is about this, the self-help group, that this was very shocking how the self-help groups which existed in the earlier bank-led system are just being taken away wholesale and being exploited by the private system. And this is to do with the much larger policy environment, policy that is definitely promoted by World Bank and others of financial inclusion at any cost. It is not financial inclusion through public sector led credit, but financial inclusion through the private sector. And and I think we should be, we have to wake up. I think many of us thought that that old SKS type microfinance has gone, the RBI has stepped in and things are better. But what I would like to point out is that things are not really as good, and women are not being recognized as productive workers, as entrepreneurs, as cultivators, and being given adequate access to credit. I'll end with that. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Madhura Swaminathan. I think that was an extremely enlightening set of closing remarks. And, the word of caution and the entire privatization in the name of financial inclusion, I think extremely important issue that even alliances like Maqam need to take up really very seriously. So it's not only looking at access to credit, but I think really sort of understanding and analyzing where the credit is coming from and how in fact, resonates so clearly with the numerous examples we have in Maharashtra, where women are taking more and more loans from the MFI just to service older loans. So I think these are really very, very insightful points. Thank you very much. I know we have already exceeded time, but I'm going to ask Vibhuti, Ritu, and Ishita, should we have a few set of questions and open it up, because we really have not given the opportunity to our audience to really ask any questions. So I would.
Yes, you can for five minutes, because we have taken care of questions that came in the chat box. And off and on we took care of questions, but they can use the chat box, or we can have a 5 minutes of quick round of wrap up questions, because most of our panelists are here. And but this is the session where Madhura is the speaker, so questions should be addressed to Madhura, because in the panels they have taken up. Although after closing remarks, there are generally no question and answers, no Q&A. So these are our closing remarks. But anything that anyone wants to throw up, just a 5 minutes for that.
Please raise your hands if you have any questions or anything.
I do see Mira's hand raised. Can I just promote her? Then maybe she, let me just. Yes, she should be able to talk now.
Yeah.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Madhura, particularly for bringing in inequalities and your village studies within. I think this is very significant, and also about the microcredit, because my studies in Kerala, for instance, the private, the women and accessing, particularly after the floods and the natural disasters, accessing these private financial microcredit units, they really, women are sort of becoming debt managers, in the sense that a part of the time would be through Narega, the wages that come for say about 10-15 days. And the rest of the time, the earnings are from these microcredit units. So the survival of the household is through continuous borrowings through these private financial services. So I think this whole thing about financial inclusion of through the private sector is a very important aspect that you have highlighted. So I have the same examples from Kerala itself in some of the village studies that I've undertaken.
Seema, you're muted.
Thanks, Madhura. Thanks, Meera, sorry. And Professor Madhura, would you like to comment on that, or should we look for more questions? Among the panelists, we have Soma, but among the audience, I don't see any raised hands, but Shruti, how can we reach out to the attendees?
They can raise their hands or leave a comment on the chat. So right now, I think there aren't any raised hands other than Shoma and the panelists. Yeah.
Please go ahead, Shoma. I think Meera is giving a comment, which I agree with. So that's, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to highlight that these issues seem to only be getting worse. And thank you so much, Madhura, for pointing us to that study. I've also just shared a link with shared the details of a study undertaken by Madhu and Seeds in Bangalore, where I was a part of the final conclusion workshop, where we found that there is a deepening of the debt. Multiple debts are being handled by women who are mostly migrant laborers or families of migrant laborers, which indicates the level of distress that is causing this indebtedness, and they're juggling between different sources. So that itself is indicative of the rural distress, of migrant flows, and how that is related to indebtedness. That study also found that the indebtedness is the push factor for that migration. So returning the debt is only possible when the migration happens. And that is again another cycle of debt again. So I think it's important to look at how women are actually handling much of this debt, debt servicing, and the role that institutions are playing in financializing what is really indebtedness. And to face that as the real issue, I think is the issue. It is not financial inclusion. It is financial exploitation through means of microcredit, in which venture capitalists have invested. And that is the biggest indicator to tell us there are returns from it if you have the capital resources, and it's poor people's money. Yeah.
Thank you for that comment. I agree. Yeah.
I don't see any more hands raised. I think everybody's very much in agreement, and also I think these comments and your closing remarks were extremely insightful and opened really a new sort of action agenda, I can certainly say, for Makam. And yeah, so if we do not have any questions, and Professor Madhura Swaminathan, if you want to say anything as last remarks, okay. So yes, so I think it's been a very, very engaging 3 hours, and as part of IAWS, FPC, and Makam, I think we really feel very privileged that all of you participated, and we learned really a lot, and also have a number of issues and questions and research studies that we can, already think of that we need to take forward. So I thank all of you, all the panelists, those who are here and not here, and of course, Ishita, Ritu, Vibhuti, Shruti, who really ran around and did all of the organizing. Shruti, you should show your face, I think. It's really been a very, very nice and engaging workshop. And we really look forward to your support in the future. So thank you very much on behalf of all of us.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madhura.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
Thank you for
everyone.
organizing this.
Organizers.
It's extremely enriching. Thank you.
We
Thank you
hope
very
you
much.
transcribe all the presentations and bring them out as a publication. So hope to do that soon, which of course we'll send to you for rechecking in case we've made any bloomers. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, Ritu. And also, if the recording can be shared.
Yes, surely.
after-
Shruti, of course, is our expert. She will do everything.
I will share the link. Yeah. I'm just
Thanks,
going to
Shruti.
leave the webinar on for another couple of minutes. If anybody wants to pick up all the links shared on the chat, others are free to leave. I'm just going to leave it on for another couple of, there are a lot of studies shared on the chat. So if anybody wants to, make a note of those things, I will just leave it for another few minutes. Yeah.
You
But
also just copy it out and share it. Maybe
I have
later
it.
on
I have
we
it.
can share. Okay.
I have it. Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you.
Bye.
Thanks,
Bye.
thanks to you all.
Also the YouTube link, I think that can also be.
Yes. I will share the YouTube link as well.